Hey, how you doing? This is SEIJIHITO here to bring you some entertainment, not even news. So, when boredom strikes, you tend to do what bored people tend to do. Um, Focus on the dating market. So, what we're going to do is, have a conversation because, I know you have a lot of folks out there that come through these live streams and these videos and want to give their opinions. So this is a topic that pretty much any and everybody can decide to, make an opinion and have one directly on. Even throwing in their own examples when it deals with dating and so on and so on and so on. So we're going to listen to some of these videos. I will throw a counter video um, directly up there, depending on the video, especially this one here, because I just ran through and found a video that was actually in response to the young woman that you see directly here. But let's listen to her concerns and figure out what the problem may be. Hey, what is up, Miss Destiny? Uh, wait. Or is that, well, how pronounce that for me, just in case, just in case, because I know I mispronounced that horribly. I don't know where I got the T from. I'm so sorry. I butchered your name. I'm so sorry. I want to say Denise. I want to say. Hopefully, I might have pronounced that one right. I don't know how I saw Destiny. I do wear glasses. Denise, thank you. I'm so sorry. My apologies. My apologies for butchering your name like that. I do wear glasses. I'm going to use that as an excuse at this moment in time. I do wear glasses. My apologies. Yo, Bushido, what is up? What is up? What is up? So let's get into the video. What's up, Sham?
I'm 24. I've never been in a relationship before. And if you're going to tell me to get a makeover, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. What do I look like changing myself for a man? Do you think I wake up every day like, oh, might as well get dressed and see if a man will like me today? Maybe I'll change my hair and maybe, just maybe, a man will finally like me today. Do I look dumb? On that note, actually, do you think, maybe you're just not feminine enough? Maybe you're too aggressive? And do you want me to sit here and be demure and just like bring myself down just so a man will like me? I'd rather be alone for the rest of my goddamn life than perform for men. Than to wake up every day thinking about what will attract a man. What can I change about myself so that a man will want me? You need to look at yourself and conceptualize why you're thinking and think about your actions in your life and how you've changed your life to attract a man. And maybe that's why you hate yourself. And maybe that's why you keep telling people that have never been in a relationship before that they need to change themselves. Because maybe it worked for you. And maybe, just maybe, you wake up every day thinking about how you hate yourself because you started doing this to change a man. You started doing your edges to change a fucking man, putting this fucking outfit on to change a man, not speaking up about your fucking rights to change a man. And maybe when that man says something you don't fucking like, you keep your fucking mouth shut just so that you can fucking keep him and keep your bed warm at night because you're fucking afraid of being alone. I've been alone for so long, bitch. Men are completely decentered from my life. So why the fuck would I give a fuck about what a man thinks about me?
So, for any of the folks there, I just want to know. Um, I think her response was directly to other women. And if I'm correct, she said that she was 24. So you have not really been single for that long as a woman. It's only what been about like 4 years, realistically. And you're filled with this much rage for what reason? You said you ain't never been in a relationship with a guy. So why would you have all of this rage and the whole thing with you decentering men? If you decentered men, the whole thing of decentering men is so that men are not the focal point. But yet this is the video that she made in response to somebody else and still decided to talk about men. So how is that decentering men actually working out? Because if a person did make a comment directly towards her, about her being single or whatnot or whatever, um, it would have been like water off of a goose or a duck's feathers. It would have just rolled directly off. She would not have even had to need to respond. But obviously, she feels a certain type of way. And again, I stated that her response was directly to women because she stated doing makeup, doing this, have a certain type of attitude, getting your hair, and then magically, for whatever reason, the women that she's replying to or the woman that she's replying to automatically has to hate herself. I'm a little bit confused. Um, with that rant, and this is why I told people before. A lot of the videos that older women are putting up, this is what is going to be the end result when it deals with a lot of these younger women internalizing and taking on a lot of that messaging out there. You're going to have a lot of these young women out here. They're going to be angry. They're going to rage directly out on people, and it's like it just doesn't make any type of sense. Like nothing in her statement stated that a man made her this way. This is just her. She says she ain't never been with a dude, so this is just her. And I'm like, yeah, I need somebody to figure out. Just try to real quick tell me how a man is to blame for this. Yo, this is wild. This is wild. This is why I feel very, matter of fact, I can't even say I feel sorry for it because somehow, some way, a man is to blame for this. I can sense it. Man, this is tough. This is tough for a lot of these young women. Sham said, is this even intimate? Is she even intimate? Because I told you, a lot of these women who are butches get on here bashing men like they would date them when they're really looking for women. I mean, that is true. Yo, what is up, Ty? What is up, Ty? Yeah, that's another conversation that we had before. How you have a lot of women that are either lesbian or secretly lesbians, and they're working like the video I told y'all before about the woman that worked directly in the, I want to say, broadcasting industry, um or I guess you could say mainstream media, whatever it is. And they started up Venus magazine and all of these things in order to get women into lesbianism. So, again, you can try to warn and tell people directly about these things, but people don't really want to pay attention and listen. They want to just, be directly on that side because, it's a woman basically speaking for other women, and they don't think that that woman would have anything nefarious, or, be trying to, do anything behind the scenes. But, you know, it'd be like that. Ty said, even though it is past noon. Wait, did I say good morning? My bad. I might have said good morning. My bad. My bad. Good afternoon to everybody here. B1 said, "Oh, and by the way, women be picky. So today we have this." Sham said, "She ain't looking for no man. She out here fishing for women." OG, what is up? You said, most definitely she feels some type of way. Probably has to find real love. She can't find real love if she can't find it within herself. For the most part, that she's like, this is how she wants the social media image of her to be, where she's this angry, she's this aggressive, she's out here just like cussing and da da da. It's like, yeah, she's not going to find, even if she did really want love directly from a man, she'll never find it. She needs to realistically work on herself and calm all of that down. Because the only thing that's going to do is that whatever frustrations that she has, she's going to then push that onto that guy and make him the problem, even though he just got here. He don't got nothing to do with how it is that she is the way that she is right now. So, and that's going to cause a negative effect with that guy, and have him feel a certain type of way because of the interaction that he's having with her. Like I said, it's bad all the way around. So as she stated before, she's fine with being by herself and she's 24. Maybe she needs to be that way up until she's 30. Maybe by 30, some wisdom or something will kick in. Life will actually kick in and she'll grow and have some maturity and understanding. She'll grow wiser, versus this version that we are clearly able to see of her at 24. Like I said, that's crazy. Knight said a man is to blame because on average, guys dump her and The one she wanted didn't even look her way. Sham said, I didn't know when lesbians started thinking to bash men as a way to pick up women, but I feel this method does not work. OG said at her age, she's obvious. She doesn't have a boyfriend for a long time. She needs one bro. She ain't ugly. Probably the personality. No, there's nothing physically, there's nothing wrong with her. But again, the attitude. The attitude is going to bring that down. Like I said, it don't matter how attractive a woman is. If the like you said before, if the personality, attitude, and everything is basically dead, is horrible, yeah, it just you might as well throw the whole thing away. It's just bad. Sham said also, I'm sick of TikTok people that just feel bashing people is profitable for them. True. That's not the way to get your numbers because you're going to have to keep being outrageous to keep your audience. Yeah, and I've seen that directly, over time. Also, I've seen videos where you have guys that'll specifically cater to women, and the views. I'm like, okay, well, your views should be through the roof because you're speaking this, that, and the third. And I'm like, it really ain't even there. And I'm like, yeah. I'm like, people gotta figure out a another way to do stuff. Yo, Mahoko, what is up? What is up? What is up? So yo says you what is good? Not much, not much. Enjoying this Saturday. Having a random live stream at the moment. You also said happy Saturday. Mustering up the strength to finish Resident Evil 9 this weekend. No spoilers. Appreciate the live stream, man. Much love, respect, and appreciation. And have fun on the Resident Evil 9. Make sure to stay off of a lot of the YouTube gaming scene, stay off of X, and stay off of TikTok because there is spoilers galore when it deals with that game. Nightfall said, no, she's not fine. People are doing well. Don't drop rants like this on social media. OG said, bro, TikTok is super boring. Sham said, not to mention, um, imagine in the future she does have a boyfriend or kids, and this is her talking. Is this the reputation you want in life? A lot of women out here don't care. And that's the problem. A lot of women feel like, hey, whatever I basically said is whatever I said. You need to just accept me the way that I am. And I'm like, yeah, that's not how that works. Maybe it works for your parents, right? Maybe it works for family. But to put that weight onto somebody else to basically accept what it is that your family and stuff accepts, it's like that's crazy. That's not realistic. But she's 24. You can't tell her nothing. She would not listen at all, even if you mean well and for her own best interest. She wouldn't listen. Like I said, I could try to sit up there and tell her some stuff. She wouldn't be listening. It would be a whole back and forth, a whole argument, and I would just have to just clock out. And I'm like, yo, you got it, right? But as a counter to her video, right, there was a woman. I wish she would have went more in depth and made a longer video. There was a woman that I found, and she had this to say in response to this young woman.
24-year-old who said she had never had a man before, and then she goes on this rant about, am I supposed to change my woman? First of all, I say this all the time. I say it now, I say it forever, I say it today, I say it tomorrow. A man ain't nothing to get. So if you ain't walking outside, being at the gas station, somebody ain't trying to holler at you, is something going on? Before you come on here and tell us that you're so and so and so and so and you ain't never had a man, I need you to tell us exactly what's going on. Are men approaching you and they're just not the ones you want? Have men never approached you? Are you, do you have trauma? Like what tell us the other details. But on a deeper level, a man ain't nothing to get, so why does it matter if you have one? Sometimes you guys decenter men so much. I'm not doing this for a man. I'm not doing that for a man. I'm not, that it comes right back around to being male-centered. This rant is obviously an indicator that you feel some kind of way about yourself and your ability to do things that you feel are age appropriate, like have a relationship. You don't need to change for a man. You need to change for yourself because you're the one on the internet crashing out. And whenever you come back into center with yourself, I guarantee you attract more of what you want.
She said that pretty much perfectly. There's a lot of stuff she could have went more in depth directly in, but for about I think a good 30, maybe 40 seconds, she hit the nail directly on the head. She needs that young woman needs a lot of internal work, but she's not going to do it, and especially not at this time because, like she said before, I don't need to sit up there and change. I don't need to do this. I don't need to do that. What for, man? And da da da. Then do it for yourself, but you don't even want to do that. You don't even want to do that. So, because in her mind, she thinks that she is completely fine and dandy and she don't need to change for nothing. Again, that's problematic because that exact same 24-year-old would expect a man to change for her. She would expect a man to do this and expect a man to do that and all these other. She would have all of these expectations. But if the guy basically said like, "Yo, I expect you out of all the things I do, I expect you to change your attitude." She would have a problem. She would blow up. They wouldn't even be in a relationship, and she would hop right back on within the same day, probably within the exact same hour, and start making multiple videos, 20 videos, ranting directly on men and about him. Like I said, and I've told people countless times that social media is a blessing and a curse when it deals with a lot of the stuff out here. It's crazy work. 100%. Sham said, like, we need to bring back honor to our names. Maybe these types of people who act as toxic need to be alone until they learn this behavior ain't right. Nightfall, what is up? You said women like this don't care until they hit the mid 30s, and she looks at her life filled with nothing but pets, work, friends, and the wall. Sham said, yep, it's a lot to change about self. Sham also said that she got to work on that hair too. Your natural hair should not be that dry. If you got what hyperporosity, you need to be using thicker creams. Yo, J Hud, what is up? What is up? What's up? Respect and appreciation. Sham said, I'm good at growing out hair and getting healthy hair. J Hud says I'm tapping in. Gotcha. LS, what is up? You said I'm not sure what fatigue you're talking about. You know, the craziest part about this, I could swap the conversation vastly different, but I got too many videos right now to just decide to swap. So I ain't gonna do it. Don't even feel like it. OG said most definitely sounds like she is in her feelings. Yeah, that 24-year-old, something
The
else.
thing to change themselves, because maybe it worked for you, and maybe just maybe you wake up every day thinking about how you hate yourself because you started doing this to change a man. You started doing your edges to change a fucking man, putting this fucking outfit on to change a man, not speaking up about your fucking rights to change a man. And maybe when that man says something you don't fucking like, you keep your fucking mouth shut just so that you can fucking keep him and keep your bed warm at night because you're fucking afraid of being alone. I've been alone for so long, bitch. Men are completely decentered from my life. So why the fuck would I give a fuck about what a man thinks about me?
Today, I was randomly thinking about how I think I saw a creator on here like a while ago talk about how she had went to a singles mixer at her church, I think, and it was mostly women there, very few men. And she was going up and talking to the men, and all the women were looking at her like, girl, what are you doing? And I just found it funny because I've seen a lot of creators talk about, their experience at singles mixers, and a lot of the women will say like, yeah, it wasn't no men there. Like, it wasn't no men. And I've been at church and heard about singles mixers, and my pastor has been like, men, please come out. This is not a women's event. Like, we need the men to come out. And I just think it's interesting that men won't go out and like try to meet women, but women are always going out trying to meet men. And I'm like, I wonder why that is. I have sometimes thought about going to a singles mixer, but I'm so shy that I would not want to. I don't know. Something about it is just like, I don't know if I want to do that. But I started thinking, like, why is it that only women go to singles mixers and it'd be like 10 men in a room of like 50 women? Like, oh, what is going on? Why don't the men want to go out and meet nobody?
So into this.
So that's one part that I just want to mention. She said, "Why don't?" Because what tends to happen is that, and I've covered this for over a few years, and even especially during the pandemic or the tail end of the pandemic, women over the years, within 10 years, women have flooded social media speaking on men in negative ways. Like, hey, if you're a guy, you see us out in public, don't catcall. Cool, fine, no problem, understandable. If you see women out in public, don't come up to us and ask us for our number. Don't try to start a conversation. Don't even give us a greeting. Don't say hi. Don't say hi, beautiful. Don't call me your sister. Don't call me a goddess. Don't say this and don't say that and all of these other, like, it's been, men have been inundated with watching a lot of this content made by women, right? For other women, but also specifically speaking directly to men, telling us what not to do. And in general, a lot of women will normally say that, oh, men just don't listen to us and this, that, and the third. So because of social media and because you can't really run from it, you're going to see it regardless. Men have listened. We've sat there, we've listened, we watch video and video and video and video and video of women pretty much parroting and saying the exact same thing time and 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 time again within 10 years. And now men are like, all right, you know what? We finally understand, we get it. So we're going to back off. And what does that look like? So now you got women going out here talking about they want to date, but they can't find men. Well, you got to go back to your content or the content that your female sisters have decided to make and figure out why it is that men ain't showing up. Why it is that specifically men aren't around. Men have been called broke. Men have been called users. Men have been called abusers. Men have been called not worthy. Like I said, anything that can be described as a negative in the modern dictionary, you can pretty much apply that to men, and women online have pretty much said that and made videos about it 99 different times. So I'm a little bit confused as to how it is that a lot of women out here have a goldfish memory, and how it is that they forget that either they themselves, their friends, their coworkers, other women in their families, or whoever says all of this negative stuff, and men listen and men back away, and then they're like, where are all of the men at? I'm highly confused. Also, not to forget the fact that you have a lot of women out here that say that there are no men out here, but the reason that there are no men out here is because the men that they deem to be attractive aren't attractive to them, which then means that the other 90 to 95% of men are pretty much not considered available because those men are not at a certain height. They don't make a certain amount of money. They don't have the certain things that those women would specifically deem to be an attractive characteristic and or a trait. So you have a lot of women out here making themselves single while also at the same time making other women single. And then coming back online after doing all of this and stating that men are the problem still, but then where are the men? And then while still saying both of those things, telling men to step up. This is wild. This is 100% wild. Yo, Miss Down, what is up? What is up? Question. So when you say just trash, I'm highly confused. let me know what specifically are you calling trash? Let me know. Like I said, I'm all up for conversation. I'm all up for conversation. This is a Saturday. I'm just sitting back relaxing, at this moment, hopefully, entertaining, a lot of folks out here when it deals with this content, something to talk about, something to do. Let me know what you mean. Wait, let me just put you up there just so you know. I'm talking directly. Let me know in the comment section what you mean by what's trash. Mohawk said feminism has ruined the dynamics. OG said good luck to everyone who found that attractive. OG said she sounds very annoying as well and can't be that. B1 said especially with black communities, I guess. Mohawk said trash is lazy people. Okay. OG said I got my popcorn just watching. What was it? B1 said smart ninjas been single. Nightfall said, so let me get this straight. Women want the same men to show up on Saturday night and spend money at a mixer, but will reject the same man on Sunday morning. Make that make sense? Yeah, that's a very valid point. Yep. B1 said have been team players, football team, baseball, soccer, track, basketball team players. Sham said a lot of women want a traditional man, but don't want to be a traditional woman themselves. The traditional ones, not knowing the market's changed, don't understand that they need game now. We're terrible at game. Morris, what is up? He said pretty much. OG said, I guess it's like the song. You ain't even know it. Yeah. I know it's talking about Rick Ross and whatnot. Yeah. B1 said ran through via all the teams. They just been team players. All right, so I guess Ms. Down is not here. I guess. So I'll take that down. Let's matter of fact, let me do I want to save that one for last? Matter of fact, let me go to what I was telling you about before, how you got some dudes out here that want to specifically, cater to men. Matter of fact, let me just give y'all the example right here.
I want to start off by saying this is no disrespect to Crush Club. I love the idea, but we need to take a step forward, fellas. We need to keep it moving. So now that you have shown ladies there is a ton of single men out here, we need to take the next step. There are events in Houston that are happening. Singles events, singles mixers, speed dating. But it just doesn't seem like the men, when they come to those events, but a free walk in the park, y'all pull up to. So that's what he's telling me. So you'd rather drive 20, 30, 40 minutes to a park. And again, it's a great idea to bring everyone single together. I love that we are building a community. But you mean to tell me you'd rather go to a park, walk 1, 2, 3 miles in the humidity, or you don't want to go to a venue that's air conditioned, that has certain events and certain activities and exercises that are created for people to actually communicate and form some type of connection? That's what you're telling me. You'd rather just walk in the park, sweat, meet some other guys, and talk about how these girls aren't approaching you or whatever. You'd rather do that than go to a dating event. Is it the $20? That $30? Is it really that bad? I always hear I'd rather just get rejected for free. You know what I'm saying? I'd rather just, go out to the club or bar on my own. I don't need to pay to meet someone. Well, clearly whatever you're doing is not working. You and for the younger guys, I'll let y'all have it. You're young, you're experiment. For the 30 and older club, whatever you're doing is not working. You're 30 years old, and the best you can do to try to meet a lady is sweat your ass off in the park and maybe talk to somebody. Because I heard a lot of y'all was staring. So maybe talk to somebody while you're sweating your ass off, or you don't want to get dressed up, show a lady that you got some type of style or some type of class. Maybe go to one of these events, buy her a drink. It's nothing. You don't want to do none of that. But you just want to be single and come to the park. Come on, man. We gotta do better. Gotta do better.
I'm a little bit confused on the gotta do better part, because it's like you're trying to guilt people. Well, I'm sorry, guilt men into like, don't stop doing the stuff that you're used to. Come over here and spend money at whatever this club, whatever he's associated with. Like, come spend some money, directly over here. Buy these women, come up here, buy these women drinks and all this. Like, do you not understand? At the end of the day, the exact same women that are there are the same women that these dudes see every day out there in public or at the job, and those women don't pay those guys no mind. So you want them to come to an event that's not going to work out. The women are pretty much going to clock out whenever they see a guy that they deem to be unattractive. They're not going to be making eye contact, looking in his direction, or anything like that, or they're going to be vastly standoffish when that unattractive guy, the one that they consider unattractive, comes up and tries to, like, hey, how are you doing? How you enjoying the event? What brings you? The normal questions that people will ask. And a lot of folks will be standoffish because those women are at the events, and you're going to hear in one or two of the videos that I bring up to you guys that the women at these mixers are pretty much interested in the same women that everybody else is interested in, which leaves all the other men there on the sidelines. But yet people want guys to still come out here for what? Like I said, this is the one thing I don't like about dudes like this. Like a lot of dudes live in reality. Guys are going to go and do what it is that they feel comfortable with doing. If a guy would rather be outside, in the sunlight and not in some dimly lit place where the woman that's there has already basically got on a filter, aka makeup and all this other, so you don't even know who it is that you actually see. Let's just start directly there, right? And then on top of that, the women that are normally there, they're wearing clothes that are pretty much form fitting because they're quote unquote putting your best foot forward and whatnot or whatever, trying to show, trying to entice and all of this like all of this stuff is trash. It's very tough. It's very tough, and you have to be a guy to try to navigate a lot of this stuff. And let's say it like this: what if a guy who wants to meet in the park? What if he's the type of guy that wants to do like a gym type of date or something like that, or a gym type of meetup, where it's like everybody, like you're working out, like everybody is in their natural. Like I said, if you have to work out, you're not going to be a woman pulling up to the scene in makeup. Your face is going to be naked. Your hair is going to be in its natural form because you're not going to sit up there and decide, I'm about to wear this $2,000 wig and put no. Everything is straight natural because you're going to be sweating everything out. But when you explain this or you happen to proposition this to women directly out there, they'll sit up there and say, no. And I'm like, that's a little bit weird. I thought everybody wanted to be healthy. I thought everybody wanted to be, working out. I thought it would be a good thing if, two people could meet and decide like, all right, let's do something different. Because a lot of women always say that they want to do different dates. They're not for coffee dates and they're not for this and they're not for, okay, so let's have a workout date. What's the problem? If you don't want to do coffee, if you don't want to, go to some type of lunch because you feel like it's low effort and all this, let's actually put some effort, maximum effort, as Deadpool would say, maximum effort, and let's work out. We can both be each other's, workout partners, and we can have fun while doing it, conversation and all this other type of stuff. Women will still say no. Women will still say no. It's crazy. Like I said, a lot of dudes live directly in reality. A lot of dudes are like, yo, at this moment in time, going to these mixers, going out to these clubs, it's a waste of time and it's a waste of money because it's going to be the exact same result. Again, men have to live in reality. Women are allowed to live directly within a fantasy of thinking that every day is going to be something different. Nothing is ever going to be the same, and they have all the options and opportunities directly out there in the world. God did not bless the greater majority of men with that thought process. Maybe if you look at the top, 1 to 5%, maybe they can sit up there and be like, hey, every day is different. All right, cool. All glory to you, right? Glory to the winner. But for the rest of men out here, we gotta live directly in reality, and we just got to deal with the life that was presented directly to us, and we got to work within that realm of that reality. Everybody else gets to do whatever it is that they want to do. So again, this is why you got all of these women showing up to these singles events, these mixers, and going to these clubs, and they don't really see the men there because the men are living in reality. They know that their shots have been slim for the longest time possible, and they're going to run into those exact same women there, and they know that their chances, just like trying to win the lottery or trying to sit up there and find pirate treasure, is going to be very low to nil to pretty much zero. But again, you got folks like this telling guys like, yo, y'all need to come out. Y'all still need to do this. Like, stop being cheap. Like, why y'all afraid to spend money? It's like, it's crazy, man. Men out here got to do better. And again, this dude's video, you would have thought with all of the talking that he was doing towards men, that he would have had like, let's say like 200K views. Was not even close. I don't even think it was close to 15K. And then the comment section, I think, was few far and in between. And of course, you have women up there trying to praise this, but I'm like, ain't no women show up to that comment section though. It'd be like that though. Like I said, people want to sit up there and start trying to do this catering stuff to women and automatically bash and dudes. Like, yeah, it's not going to pan out too well. Maybe if he was one of the dudes that women were really chasing after, maybe that would have worked out for him. Right, because we all seen Derek Jackson. Maybe if he was like that dude, maybe this video would have worked out for him. It just didn't. It didn't. It'd be like that though. But anyways, let's continue.
Men want to go out and meet nobody.
So I went to the singles mixer, and I only went because this guy that actually ended up swiping on me on a dating app, I did not swipe back because I did not find him attractive. He invited me to the singles mixer, and I was like, F it, because it's going to be at one of my favorite bars, and I'll have my bartender friends to keep me company. So I went, and it was not it. Like, none of the guys were attractive at all. And it was just uncomfortable as hell. So I like went to the bar top and sat there, and this random guy came up to me and he was like, hey, you kind of look like you don't want to talk to anybody. So why the would you come up to me if I look like I don't want to talk to anybody? I was like, I'm so glad I'm giving off that vibe. And he was
Attitude.
like, well, do you mind if we have a conversation? I'm like, bruh, did you just hear what you said and just heard what I said?
So let me just make something very clear. Um, at a point in time, the main thing that was taught to guys is that if a woman looks like she doesn't want to talk, you go up and you try to break the ice. You try to warm her up to talking directly to you. You try to have a conversation. You try a multitude of different ways to basically, do that, right? And then if all else fails, then you sit up there and just walk away and just, move directly on. But the main thing that the guys have been taught over time is that women play hard to get. Now, what a lot of guys are doing, he's one of the few. But normally now what a lot of guys do is the moment of time that because even without her even talking, you can tell that she's the type to automatically have an attitude. The moment of time that a lot of guys see that, it's like I'm not even. It's good. Where I'm not even dealing with it. I'm not even doing it. Like I said, I've seen guys even at restaurants, going to, ordering a food. And if they see a cash register with an attitude, it's like, yeah, let me just go to the back of the line and wait on this person directly over. Like people don't understand. I've tried to tell people 99 different times. I'm like, dog, your face speaks volumes. And then a moment in time, if your face matches the words coming directly out of your mouth, it's like, yo, and this is what I was talking about earlier. Like she has that type of personality. And she's showing that by way of just the small little bit that we were able to sit up there and hear, but it gets far worse. Let's keep going.
I was like, you know what? It. It's like, sure, let's have a conversation. So he's asking me questions, asking me questions. I asked him a couple back. He keeps asking me more questions. And there's like a silent pause. And he's like, oh, I'm waiting for you to ask me questions. I was like, in my head, I'm like, I really don't want to talk to you anyways. Like, you missed the mark when I said I'm glad I give off that vibe. So then he was like, so how do you feel about musicals? I was like, I don't really like them. But it's funny because Grease and Carmen are like one of my favorite movies. And then he just went on and on and on and on about musicals. And I'm like, you do remember that I said I don't really like musicals, so why do you keep asking me questions about musicals? And then I was like, oh, so you like musicals? And he was like, yeah, and then just kept going on and on about musicals. And then I was just like, okay, we're not going anywhere. So I just was basically giving him the silent treatment, and he was like, okay, I'm gonna go use the restroom. I was like, okay. And then somebody took his seat. And yeah, I was about to leave after that, and then I feel this tap on my back, and I turn around, and then some other random crusty man is like, hey, do you mind if we have a conversation? And I peeped that he was staring at me when I was like sitting at a table by myself, and I was just like, I hope this man is not come and talk to me. And of course, by the time I close out my tab, he tries to talk to me, but I was like, no, I'm about to leave. Y'all, I hate being single. Someone take me out the game.
So I'm highly confused. She literally made that whole rant about two different men, and then she said, "I hate being single." Yo, anxiety sauce, what is up? You said, wait, why do men today worry so much about beauty habits? About beauty habits when a lot of you guys keep yourselves just as pretty as females. I'm a little bit confused. I'm highly confused. I don't know what that means. I don't. I don't understand what that means. I'm a little bit confused on that one. Yo, that completely threw me off. Wait, just as pretty as females? I'm completely confused. I'm not sure if you're taking shots at other women out here or if you're talking about guys. Oh, wait, Sham said that rewinded a bit. You said, did she say somebody take her out the game? Yeah, she did. She did all of that complaining about dudes that she wasn't attracted to. But then she was like, she hates being single. Somebody come take her out the game. The only people that you want to take you out the game are again the guys that you deem to be attractive. The guy again, if the guy that came up talking to her trying to break the ice and stuff, that she was being standoffish and had an attitude and doing this hot and cold type of stuff. If that dude was one of the attractive guys that she really wanted to be with, she would have had no problem. And having a conversation about musicals or whatever it is that the dude wanted to talk about, just off of the simple fact that she deems the dude to be attractive. But it's some crazy work out here. It is some crazy work. Um, so anxiety. I'll put it like this. Guys care about the beauty standards because a lot of women put it to the forefront. A lot of videos on social media, women will make a list of how much they spend just to get ready for a date. And then women will sit up there and be like, "Yo, it's low. Men do low effort. I spent $300 to $500 worth of X, Y, and Z, makeup and all this other type of stuff just to get prepared for this date." But I'm like, you're not putting $500 worth of chemicals on your face and whatnot every single day. You're putting a small percentage of that usage wise on your face. You're not using the whole $500. Like that's the thing that I don't like, where people want to make it seem like they're doing way more than somebody else. And for me being a guy, I'm like, well, you're supposed to be doing it because you're a woman, right? You want to have an appearance, right? Guys can't do that. So if we have anything wrong with our face, we got any spots, we got any pock marks, whatever it is, um, God did. So, we just got to deal with it. We can't hide or cover that directly up. Like we don't have a magic serum to just automatically make us attractive. Women have that because of makeup. It doesn't matter the imperfection that a woman has, makeup can fix that. You got some women out here that know how to contour makeup. They can do such great painting that the face that they have while painted is 1,000% not the face that is directly underneath that makeup. Like it is crazy the amount of wizardry and sorcery that women are able to do with makeup, so much so that it should be illegal. Because in a lot of instances, when I look at videos on TikTok of women without makeup and then women with makeup, it's crazy. I seen a woman that looked like she's 60 turn into a 20-year-old. Nah, brother, that's crazy. That's sorcery. Like I said, somebody been sacrificing kids in order to learn that type of magic. It's like, no, that should be illegal. And then on top of that, adding on a natural filter such as a dimly lit club or a restaurant or establishment. No, brother. Nah. As wild. It is wild. What is it, Tyler? What is up? What is up? Tyler says she's mad that the men that she meets look better than her. Sham said, LOL, if she don't sit down somewhere. OG said, prime example, Donald Trump, he bought his wife off of the files. Sham said, let me tell you this, Seji, something, well, let me tell you something, something, and maybe this is because I learned early in life. Some of the best dudes you talk to are the ones you aren't attracted to physically. Sham also said, I don't know what age women need to get to realize that. I noticed like dudes I found attractive weren't attractive personality wise. Dudes I had more in common with were way better to me. Yo, what is up, Tippy? Tippy is actually technically on time. 44 minutes. I'm proud of you, Tippy. Look at you. Third said, yep, I seen that video and it was horrible. That was beyond catfishing. Yeah. Tippy said, what I miss? Actually, nothing much at the moment. We went over what about two wait, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, about like 3 videos, and I've been replying, back and forth to some comments talking about the dating markets at this moment. So you're technically still early on, so you're good. OG said, "I don't do that." What you say? I don't do that. Didn't want to smash in the past. I'm good. Brandon V World, what is up? What is up? For the $5. Dono said, "Here comes a new challenger. What is good?" Nothing much, man. Oh, also, I have been segue. I was playing Mecha Break, and I got 2 new mechs that I actually like. One is a sniper, and the other one is an attacker. Pretty dope. Pretty dope. And did fairly well. Fairly well. OG said, "These females been already ran through. I don't need no sloppy seconds." So let's continue.
And I was just like, I hope this man's not coming to talk to me. And of course, by the time I close out my tab, he tries to talk to me. But I was like, no, I'm about to leave. Y'all, I hate being single. Someone take me out the game.
Wait, I'm a little bit confused. So she was about to close out her tab at the bar, and then and I guess she said that the dude was going to try to talk to her second guy that was looking at her from across the way. And she just, if she really replied like that, I'm like, you need to just stay in the house. If that was your reply to a guy just coming up to you, he's not being caustic or abrasive or anything like that, and you just decided to reply like that. Like I said, this is why like a lot of women don't understand um why guys act the way that they do at this moment in time when it deals with society and interactions with women. This is why, because you got a lot of women that will do that. But the craziest part, let me just roll her back just a bit. The crazy part is the way that she is acting. I promise you that if it was a man of a different demographic, she wouldn't have the attitude. And it's crazy that I gotta sit up there and bring this up every now and again because I've seen it out there in public. I've seen it out there in public. I've seen it will be women like her, and if they just so happen to be with a black dude, you want to be loud directly in the market. You want to say this, that, and the third. You want to try to clown the dude, in restaurants or public settings. You want to start raising your voice, getting loud and acting crazy. But if it's a dude of a different race, magically everybody got common sense. People know how to act. And I'm like, that's wild to me. I'm like, if this is you in your natural habitat, if you act this way with one type of guy, you should be acting like this with every single man directly out there. But that is not what I've been able to see. Just saying. Just saying. Just gotta put that out there. Just gotta put that out there. Just gotta put it out there. Tippy said, "I think a lot of women use filters where makeup making themselves look younger is because making themselves look young. Making themselves look younger is because society, men telling them when she reaches 30 she's worthless, less valuable. That's evil to say." Now I will basically say this, Tippy. I do have a video directly up here where the conversation that you're talking about, it takes a whole different turn. And this is why I say that when you're a guy, you just can't win. So the conversation that a woman was having was that basically if a guy is into women who if the guy basically keeps making comments that the woman is like she's on her height basically because she's short, or that she's slimmer, or that she looks young, then that's automatic red flags, meaning that guy is a Geppetto. And I'm like, how did we get here? Because I even got a comment from a woman where she stated that she's 6'4", and she was like, she's noticed this with men and how it is that men always want to go for shorter women. I'm like, brother, I need you to calm down. You're too tall to be acting like this. I'm like, just reading her comment, I'm like, yo, I feel some aggression right now. I feel unsafe. I'm like, I need you to just calm down, coach. Calm down. I get it. You're 6'4", and the guys who are your height or taller ain't trying to date you. It be like that. But then the guys that do want to date you at 6'4" are normally guys who are not even anywhere close to 6'4". Gotcha. I mean, it be like that. So you got to make up. You got to figure out what it is. Don't get mad at the dudes who have a preference because they want women that are shorter. They want women that are slimmer or whatever. Everybody has a preference. You have a preference. Usually, women who are in the 6 foot plus range, because they also wear heels. They want guys who are normally tall. I don't fault women for that. It be like that because women are like, if I have to look down on a man, then I'm not going to be with him, and I'm really looking down directly at him because he's less than a man to me. Because a real man, I got to look up to. I'm like, all right, whatever logic that you you got it. it's like I said, you got like I said, a lot of folks will disqualify themselves from other people directly out here because they want to stay with this fantasy type of mentality that they got on this ideal of what it is versus what the reality is. Like I said, a lot of people feel, well, you got a lot of women out here that feel that they can beat reality, and you're not going to beat reality. Reality has been here before us, it is here during us, and it'll be here after. You're not defeating that. So, but if people want to live in a type of fantasy or delusion, it people will just continuously be directly in that. It be like that. But let's keep going.
Y'all, I hate being single. Someone take me out the game.
Okay, I have to address these comments, like this one. To be honest, I have learned a lot in my comment section. I didn't know. I've never thought about the perspective of a man going to one of these events. Honestly, and that was a genuine question. Me asking, what do men look for? Why don't they want to go to these events? I really wanted to know. And I think from these comments, I really got good insight on, why they don't go, what makes them stay away from them, how do they actually feel about singles mixers, and it's so interesting. And based on what this person said, honestly, I kind of have to agree. I think there's a lot of pressure for men sometimes to just be in a room full of women that just judge them. I think even when obviously me going to one of these singles events, I see men that just aren't my type, right? And I'm not gonna approach them. I'm not even gonna look their way. And then meanwhile, they have a bunch of women, but if they don't look a certain way or they're not up to par to what women our standards, then no one's gonna approach them. So I do feel sometimes they do have a lot of pressure, and I understand.
Let me
why
just
they don't
rewind
want
that just a bit. Hold on. Let me just rewind that from the beginning.
like this one. To be honest, I have learned a lot in my comment section. I didn't know. I've never thought about the perspective of a man going to one of these events. Honestly, and that was a genuine question. Me asking, what do men look for? Why don't they want to go to these events? I really wanted to know. And I think from these comments, I really got good insight on, why they don't go, what makes them stay away from them, how do they actually feel about singles mixers, and it's so interesting. And based on what this person said, honestly, I kind of have to agree. I think there's a lot of pressure for men sometimes to just be in a room full of women that just judge them. I think even when obviously me going to one of these singles events, I see men that just aren't my type, right? And I'm not gonna approach them. I'm not even gonna look their way. And then meanwhile, they have a bunch of women, but if they don't look a certain way or they're not up to par to what women our standards, then no one's gonna approach them. So I do feel sometimes they do have a lot of pressure, and I understand why they don't want to go to these events. But based on these responses, I think I'm gonna retire these singles events. I don't think it's worth it. I think I'd rather just go back to meeting people in the wild. And yeah, I don't think there's ever gonna really be value in it based on what I'm looking for. I think it's gonna be really hard. So thank you guys for the insight. It was really eye-opening, and I'm just gonna go back to the streets respectfully, the godly streets.
So you heard her as a woman admit the fact that she was like, "Yo, I've gone to these singles events And I've spotted a whole bunch of guys that are not even my type. So I don't waste my time. I don't give them the time of day. I don't even look in their direction. That's a lot of women. That's the exact same thing that she does. That's what a lot of women do at these clubs, at these events, and all of these other gatherings. Because her, just as well as the other women there, they're all looking at the top 1% of guys directly up there. Like I said, women are attracted to the men that other women are attracted to. Again, you have never heard, and I've said this for quite some times, I've yet to hear online that a woman she's up there like, yeah, this is the guy that I'm with, and I'm with him because no woman finds him attractive. I ain't never seen it. I ain't never heard a woman be so boastful and say something like that. Nope, because 9 times out of 10, when women show off their guy, it's a guy that they deem to be attractive, and also that other women, in some type of way, shape, or form, deem to be attractive as well too. You don't have women out here just showcasing somebody that looks like Sloth from the Goonies. It's just not happening. It's not happening. It's just not happening. Where? It's not happening. But let's continue.
And I'm just gonna go back to the streets, respectfully, the godly streets.
Okay, if you want to be around straight men in Atlanta, you have to hang in the country or in the hood environments. Unfortunately, all the men in Buckhead and in Midtown and in the swanky things, in the city, the art events, the cultural things, all those places, unfortunately, that has been overtaken by DL men. Don't ask me, ask your mom. And so that's why you'll see, like, in Atlanta, a lot of pretty women just with like hood or country men. That's because they're trying to make sure that they're straight. Because dating these swanky, artsy fartsy city men who know all the restaurants and high rises and rooftops, who graduated from Morehouse, you just can't detect, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just too close to proximity to being gay.
Wow.
And a lot of them are DL. I just went out last night and that's what it was. So girls, you just have to go out in the city for the girls. And if you're trying to find a lover, you're trying to find a real man, you got to go to the outskirts, you got to go out the city, you got to go to the hood, you got to go to the country, out the way. And then you'll have a better chance of finding a straight man. Free.
So this is the other reason why, especially for events when it deals with black folks, you don't see a lot of black men there, because either which way you slice it, black men get called gay. She literally said that, hey, if you're a black guy and you're into the arts, you're gay or DL. If you're an educated black man, you're either gay or DL. If you went to any of the black colleges and you graduated, you're gay or DL. And then she said that if you wanted to find a straight black man, you either got to look in the hood or look in the streets. Oh, dear God, dear God, dear God, dear God. People wonder why you got so many single women out here. This is why. This is why. This is clear cut why. This is why. This is why. So I just want to make this as a note. And this is not me praising, glazing, whatever you want to sit up there and call it, for interracial relationships. When people happen to see black dudes out here and they're just like minding their business, and I'm not talking about the ones gloating and doing all of this stuff for social media so that they can get people angry. I'm talking about when you just got black dudes out here minding their own business, taking trips, going to find whatever they can find out there in the world. This is why they do it. Because don't nobody got time to be here in the United States and to listen like women like this to sit up there and tell them like, oh, if you're smart and educated, you're gay. You got a business, you gay. You went to college, you gay. You know about the arts, you gay. You like music, you gay. Like, don't nobody got time for that. Don't nobody got time. Like, why would you want to deal with that? Why? Somebody got to let me know. Somebody has to let me know. Why would you want to sit up there and deal with that? Like she said the straightest men out there are either the gangbangers, the thugs, whatnot, whoever's in the streets. Those are the straightest men in the community. She said it herself out of her own mouth. Like I said, you can't make this stuff up. And people wonder why it is that they end up in the situations that they end up in. And women wonder why it is that they end up messing around with the exact same dudes that other women are messing around with. That's because a lot of folks are chasing the exact same thing. Crazy work though. Like I said, you can't make it up. Like I said, that like when I first originally ran across this video, my jaw was just on the floor. I'm like, so everything about a dude that got a level head that's what people would consider worldly or knowledgeable, like you automatically either DL or gay. And I'm like, wow. But then when it deals with folks of other nationalities looking at those exact same guys, that's not what they're saying. They're not saying that those dudes are DL or gay. They're not online making videos like this and saying, like, this is idiotic. This is 1000% stupid. Like this is by far the most type of trash content and information that I've ever seen somebody put directly online. And it's horribly detrimental because somebody like her, other women would look up to her and be like, oh, she's pretty, she's beautiful, she got her stuff together and da da da. She knows what it is that she's talking about and rah 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 rah. And they're going to carry this like it's the Bible and pass this down to woman to woman to woman, and then pass this exact same information from this idiot. They're going to give it directly to their daughters. And then that's going to be a whole new generation of young dudes out here that's not even in all of these conversations that adults are in. Now those young dudes are gonna be like, man, I ain't dealing with this. I'm 15, 16. I got my social media popping and whatnot. I'm about to sit up there when I can. I'm about to go travel elsewhere. I'm going to learn a few languages and I'm going to travel elsewhere. I'm not going to be sitting here in the United States dealing with this. Like I said, man, it's crazy. That's wild to me. That is, I ain't never seen no other group of women out here on the face of this planet sit up there and say that, yo, if you're educated as a man, you're gay. That's like I say, you got women out here making other women single, one video at a time. That's crazy. That's wild. That's wild though. Like I said, for any women out here that's raising sons, I weep for your sons. I weep for your sons because they're going to have to sit up there and run into stuff like this as they grow up. And there's nothing as a mother that you're going to be able to do about it. But let's continue.
Outskirts, you got to go out the city, you got to go to the hood, you got to go to the country, out the way. And then you'll have a better chance of finding a straight man. Right.
That's why you're stuck.
Because I got a water.
Yeah, and not in a good way.
So you could have been like, hey, pretty lady, what are you drinking? Oh, are you drinking a water? What do you drink in general?
I see what you're drinking.
But because men are so used to us carrying y'all on our back and on our titties, you wanted me to do all the work and order my drink. That way you know and you can lazily be like, oh yeah, whatever she's having, I'll order one. Instead of taking initiative, like, you know what? She's a sexy woman. She might like dark liquor and then ordering that. But instead, again, I had to carry you on my back and on my titties so you can order it. Come on now. So therefore, the conclusion is you didn't want to buy me a drink first. You just wanted to tell me how you wanted to buy me a drink, but you didn't want to buy me a drink. If you wanted to do it, you would have done it. I hate a shoulda, coulda, woulda ass man. You didn't do it. You didn't do it. You didn't do it. You didn't do it. And also, I had a long day at work. I had a very long day at work. So, therefore...
May I get her another water? Water. No.
I'm going to buy myself a drink.
Well, see, that's why she sucks and not in a good way.
So let me just highlight something real quick. Let me show you how this works out. I'm going to try to just I'm trying to capture the background real quick.
I'm going to buy myself a drink.
Well, see, that's why she sucks and not in a good way.
Trying to roll this back real quick. There was a couple directly in the background. And as I stated before, as stated, she's obviously talking to a black guy. and she's doing all of these theatrics. She's not, as she stated before, she's not even drinking. She's acting like this just with water. Just with water. She got the whole camera propped up and positioned. So I already know that she was ready for some content, and she's filming this whole interaction doing all of this type of stuff. All because the dude, what? He did not ask you what you were drinking, and he was possibly having a conversation, and because all I'm saying is this: you got these two white folks directly in the background looking at her, listening to her, how she's treating that black dude directly to the left side of the screen. And this is exactly what other races see directly out there in public on a daily, weekly, monthly basis with interactions like this. It don't matter if it's a market, a store, a theater, a mall, a restaurant, whatever it is. This is the exact same type of thing that they just so happen to run into and see. This is why a lot of dudes don't want to go out there on these social outings. They're not trying to go to these mixers, these single meetups. They're not trying to go to the church meetups or all of this other type of stuff. Because it's like, dog, don't nobody want to deal with this. Don't nobody want to deal with this. Sham was like, LOL, why you at the bar drinking water? Just go home. Yeah, that's facts. Like, who does that? like that's the weirdest thing to do. You was like, and then on top of that, Sham, she was like, yo, I had a long day at work. What does that mean? If you really, as a woman, if you're sitting at the bar alone, you obviously don't got a guy, right? So you're not like most dudes where it's like, all right, I just got off of work. I was done working in my cubicle and whatnot. So I'm out with the boys. We at the bar. Right. And we just sitting up there chilling and talking about work or the game or whatever it is. Right. That's not you. You're here by yourself as a single woman at a bar drinking water. That's weird. Who does that? I'm not even a drinker. Let me just let that be known. I am not a drinker. Not at any time in my life, guys, have I ever been to a bar, let alone deciding to go to a bar just to have water. I could do that at home. She's drinking a water full of ice. Do you not understand that at those bars and those establishments that the ice makers are not even clean properly? So you decided that you wanted to try to look cute for whatever reason, go out to a bar by yourself, mind you, and you wanted to have water. Because more than likely you're sitting there and you're going to be there for a minute in hopes that a guy was going to come up and and possibly position you to, hey, can I buy you a drink or whatnot or whatever. But somehow, some way, you turn that around into this. And you really think that you were in the 1000% right when this is, like I said before, this is why I can't trust a lot of women on social media, because it ain't real. It deals with when you got a lot of women sitting up there doing social media, it's for likes, it's for views, it's for that engagement. It's to feed into their validation and their self-esteem. Like this is clown work. Like this is straight clown work. Like, do you not realize that there's a lot of dudes out here that because you decide to be this performative online, they don't even want to mess with you at all? Because they're like, yo, if you're going to treat that one dude like that, then I can only imagine how you going to sit up and treat me. And I keep trying to tell people, especially for a lot of these women out here, like, yo, image matters. It don't really matter for guys. It don't technically matter for guys. Like I said, if you got killers out here back in the 70s where they were actually killing people and women, and they still had women that were writing fan mail, love letters, sending them underwear, wanting to get married. Again, image does not matter for guys. So that's not even up for debate. It's not even up for argument. Image matters directly for a woman. And we're going to come to a moment in time where all of the videos that a lot of women make online, especially the social media content stuff, is going to be put specifically in a file. And people are going to be able to click directly on your file to learn specifically about you. And they're going to see a lot of content like this. And you're not going to be able to see, oh, I was when I was 22 and that. Nobody's going to care. It's like, that's you as a person. This is how you were acting. This is how you wanted to display yourself. This is how you didn't have problems. Because again, you can look at a lot of these women when they act like this on social media. Start looking through their comment section. You'll start seeing them heart a lot of the comments that agree with their actions that are taking place in this video, because 9 times out of 10, a lot of women are not going to check them on this. Like I said, it's crazy. It is diabolical. But what was it? Sham said, what image matters though? Because this image that she's making looks stupid. This image they making is a lonely image. Yo, Rabbit, what is up? What is up? You said, look at all African women stuck in slavery in Dubai just because they thought that they would be living lavishly in Dubai. Hey, like I said, I try to tell a lot of, even beforehand, I think back during the pandemic, when this like really started kicking up, in a sense, at least for me viewing it on social media, I kept trying to tell women, stop following other women because they're going to lead you into a cave that you're not going to be able to get out of. I remember back during the pandemic, you had a lot of these women sitting up there talking about going to Dubai and meeting these rich dudes and all this other type of stuff, and then pulling, 50K to 100K. Then I started doing some deep dives and watching some videos of women talk about Dubai, excuse me, and all of the things that they have to sit up there and do. And I'm like, oh, so y'all just be used as toilet seats. So y'all can get that 50 to 80, be like groups of dudes be just like using you as like a toilet seat. I got you. That's how you got that money. So it's like you got that money being dirty, but you want to show up on social media looking clean, looking brand new. I'm like, that's crazy. You're not going to be able to wipe that filth off. That filth is, and that stench is going to be with you for a very long time, because there are men out there that know. And there are men out there that more than likely got videos of what it is that you did and had to do in order to get that money. Like I said before, if people were to start putting that stuff and that's not even content, but if people were to start putting that directly online, what a lot of these women were doing, it'll be world ending. It will be world ending. And the craziest part is, and I tried to warn a lot of women about this before, what was the girl from City Girls? It wasn't JT. What was the other girl name? Whatever the girl name that was with Diddy. She was one of the main ones as a celebrity that was coming out there talking about she don't mind water sports. I'm like, yo, you could have just kept that to yourself. I'm like, you could have just kept that to yourself. Then she had this podcast, and it was another female celebrity up there, and she took it to the further extent. She was like, hey, you can treat me like a toilet seat. I'm like, there's no shame out here. And I try to tell a lot of women about this, because the main thing that they're trying to do, they're trying to make it okay to be like those women. Just like you have a lot of women out here that are talking about, oh, they want a guy to be able to pay for them and do all of this stuff and afford them. I'm like, just say this, just say it's pretty much you street walking at this moment in time, because it's reaching a limit where it's like, all right, when you got women that like work the streets, it's like, yeah, those dudes are out there, they paying, they're doing it to afford whatnot or whatever and all this other type of stuff. But then you got other women out here that's sitting up there making it seem as though it's not the same thing. Sweetheart, it is. And then on top of that, you're not just doing this with one guy, you're doing this with multiple guys. You got women out here juggling multiple guys. This is how you got a lot of these women talking about, oh, I got all the time in the world, I can take trips, I'm on jets, I'm on yachts, I'm doing this. Yeah, because you got multiple dudes, sitting up there paying you to do a lot of stuff that you wouldn't be proud enough to even, tell your family about, at a Thanksgiving dinner. Like you doing a lot of stuff. But people don't want to be honest. It be like that though. Yeah. Thank you, Marty. Young Miami. Thank you. It is crazy. OG said, I can't, I'm dead, bro. Funny. And the whole entire chat is funny. Like I said, as long as you're enjoying yourself, Kid said, when the dollar has no more value, then what? I mean, then it's going to be, women are going to do the exact same thing that they did before there was money. Again, you still got the bartering system. It might be food, it might be, shelter, it might be protection, whatever. Like I said, it's whatever has happened before us is going to happen after. And it's still happening right now. So it's going to be the exact same thing. Because like I said, like I said, if society at any point in time, I promise you this, all of these women talking these feminist talking points, talking about decentrament and all this other. When society breaks down, the power doesn't work, water doesn't work, and food is running scarce. A lot of these women who talk all of this nonsense, they're going to be flocking towards men, and that just is what it is. Like I said, you might even see some women who are lesbians deciding to switch teams real quick, because that's how dire stuff really starts getting when chaos in the world starts breaking down. Like I said, people will go right back to factory default settings. The only reason that a lot of women can talk all of this nonsense about men online is because this is, in a sense, peace for all intents and purposes. This is just an area of peace. You didn't really have folks talking all this stuff, talking about, oh, the feminists, this and that. When World War I and II, people wasn't sitting up there talking all this nonsense. You might have had a very few minority of women here in the United States talking this way. The rest of women was not moving like this. But like I said, because times are different now, yeah, people ain't really on some fear of war and bombs dropping and all this other. People can sit up there and take, a nice, relaxing look around and just start talking. Like I said, it's crazy, but let's keep going.
And also, I had a long day at work. I had a very long day at work. So, therefore,
may I get her another water? No.
I'm going to buy myself a drink.
Well, see, that's why she sucks, and not in a good way.
As an ugly man, please, I'm tired of it. Please, ladies, stop talking about there are no attractive men outside. I may not be one of the attractive ones, but I know there's enough out there for y'all to be shutting up. Furthermore, it's you 6s and 7s, might be more 5s and 6s, who are talking about there are only ugly men outside. Y'all got a whole optionally chopped challenge going where you are chopped without makeup. I'm just calling how to, since y'all seem to can't conceptualize reality, you are actually ugly in your natural state, but you are on this app talking about there are no attractive men. Once again, I have to remind your feeble minds that because the men you think you are entitled to don't want you, does not mean every man is ugly. You are just not what you think you are.
Oh.
And that's the gag. Men have to live in reality because, especially black men, because life doesn't give us cakewalks. There is no one willing to pay our bills, no one willing to give us a break just because of our looks.
Bars.
But y'all get to get on this app and have the nerve, the audacity, the unmitigated gall to be calling someone ugly when you look mediocre at best without Fenty, MAC, and whatever other cosmetic brand that you can bring up. Please shut the fuck up.
I think it pisses me off more than when a man that looks.
I just want to say that man was speaking
Since y'all
100% bars. That man was speaking 100% bars, because the craziest part is we're living in a time frame, and this started, I want to say about 5+ years ago. Maybe just maybe back when Kevin Samuels was alive. That's the name that a lot of women still speak on still to this day, even though that man is no longer in existence and can't even, make a video to defend himself. Back when he was around, you had a lot of women sitting up there saying that they figured that every woman out here is an 8 to a 10. And I'm like, that doesn't even make sense. I'm like, that's not even possible. Like that doesn't even make sense. That's not how the world works. That is not even how God even made it, or whoever it is that you believe in. They did not make every single woman out here an 8 to a 10. Again, you got folks out here living in a lot of delusion. And because a lot of women live in that delusion, and they allow other women to live in that delusion versus reality, this is why you have a lot of women that will appear on dating shows and all of these other shows to try to get down on men and to talk about dudes like, oh, you look this way, it's not attractive, his hairline, his mustache isn't connecting, it's his height. I mean, and the crazy part about height is God specifically gave him that height. It was like, hey, I'm about to write your genetic code real quick. Bow, you're about to only be about like 5'7". No more, no less. Like I said, you got to deal with that. It doesn't matter what it is that a woman is specifically going through, even if it's potentially weight. Weight can be controlled. People can go out there and work out, but again, you got people out here that choose that they don't want to, and to each is their own. Or even going back to the main point of surgery, you got women out here that will go do surgery, go do something with their stomach, right? Get half of that basically taken directly out, and then the weight loss will basically start due to the fact that you can't eat as many calories. You don't have a high enough calorie intake to keep up that weight. So then the weight starts shedding directly off. So then another surgery has to happen because the skin, the excess skin that is there because of the weight, now that has to come directly off. And then women can decide that, all right, I want to sit up there and move fat deposits from around my hips and my stomach and my back, and I want to start putting that directly in my thighs. I want to put that directly in my butt. I want to put that directly in my breast, or potentially use that in in my cheeks or whatnot, whatever. So women don't even have to deal with how it is that they naturally are. They can lay on the table 50 to 100 grand and get work directly done. Even to the extent of could you call it vaginal restoration? I guess you can. I guess you can call it that. They have surgeries directly out here for women who, in a sense, want to be virgins again, where they can, in a sense, put in a false hymen into a woman. So, like I said, women can pretty much go through and change any and everything about themselves to become a brand new person. Guys can't do that. Can't do that. Just saying. You can't sit up there and do that. What was it? Tippy said vaginal what? I basically call it vaginal reconstruction. So like basically the only way I found out about it is because I've watched a video, and I think it was talking about Arab or Muslim women. And they would be some of the main ones to go get that surgery because religiously you're supposed to be a virgin, right? So the first man you get married to is supposed to be the first man that touches you. And in some cases that just is not the case. So in order for everything to go as planned, you got women that will go directly under the knife, or however you want to sit up there and put it, and they will have a false hymen basically placed back in to give that appearance or whatever that that woman is a virgin. Like I said, it'd be like that. Like I said, women can go out here and change. I'd have watched a variety of videos on surgeries and all different types of stuff on how women can change themselves, even to the point there was a man over there, I think it was in China, where he sued his wife because she was ugly. He didn't know this because of the type of makeup or whatever. No, it wasn't the makeup. It was because she went out there and had surgery. So because the woman went out there to have surgery to get rid of her original appearance, the kids came out facially the exact same way that she did. And he was like, oh, we ain't having this. He's like, I'm getting a divorce and I'm suing you because you're ugly. And he won that lawsuit. And I'm just going to say rightfully so, because you lied. You gave off the appearance that this is actually you, but you went in and had all of this work done. But you forgot as a woman that when you have kids, whatever your genes are, however that was written for you is going to be also written for those kids. And in a lot of extents, the man's DNA is not going to be able to help, mold and rewrite certain stuff. So how that woman came out originally, how she looked, that's how those kids came. Hey, like I said, I don't fault them for it. It'd be like that. It'd be like that. It'd be like that. Sham said vaginal reconstruction is fupa surgery when they have to reconstruct the area because of excess skin and muscle degradation. Rabbit said, do you think natural / sexual selection has wait, comments were moving on. Has a bit to do with it. Women had a lot more pressure to be attractive than men throughout history. Now there's an attractive imbalance. I mean, when you think about women, that's been the main form of currency. Women were never told that, okay, we need y'all to sit up there and be smart, knowledgeable of the world. You need to be a hard worker. You need to have all of these things other than being beautiful. Beauty for women has been always the main currency. And for women, that's pretty much easy to keep up. And also due to the fact that when it deals with men, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, right? Um, would you say that it's a lot more pressure? I mean, are you talking about for Rabbit? Are you talking about is pressure? Is the pressure coming specifically that you mean by? Is the pressure coming from men, or is the pressure coming from other women, or are you saying that this is just something just dealing with society? Because when it deals with men, in a lot of instances, you hear men, even though you hear so many people get online and want to be loudmouths and they want to try to speak directly for men, there's a lot of men, including myself, that have said that women just naturally are beautiful. No makeup, no nothing, right? But then you have the loudest ones online. They'll get online and they'll be like, "Oh no, men, they require us to have these wigs. They require us to have this makeup. They require us to have these body augmentate." Can't no man sit up there and force you to sit up there and spend $2,000 on a wig. Can't no dude force you to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on some Avon or some Mac or some Fenty. Can't no man sit up there and force women out here to go under the knife to get breast and tummy tucks and butt augmentations. Can't no dude force you to do that, you know? So it's like to sit up there and say, to make it seem as though that, because there are videos out there, and I think I might have covered those over the years, to have women out there basically stating that men are the reason that women do this, that's crazy. That for me, that's crazy. I'm like, I cannot force, coerce, or make a woman go out there and do that. That's something that she decided to do because she's the one facilitating that money. So when I forced her to go into her savings account, get 50 to 100 grand, and go directly under the knife, and I told the doctor here, 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 and here. It's like nah. Mm-mm. Like I said, you got a lot of women out here that are not, in general, you have a lot of women out here that are not happy with themselves, right? And when people are not happy, when people aren't happy with themselves, they go out there and do things to make them happy. So you have a lot of women out here that will go out there and get, different surgeries on their body. But I stated to people before, especially the women, like, you got to be careful with that, because you can start to go into an area of body dysmorphia where it's like you got one thing fixed and now you're on number 15. Now that 15 is number 25. Now that 25 is number 40, right? Now you just don't know what to do. And they got TLC and a few other channels used to run stories directly on that, television shows. Like I said, it's crazy. Anxiety said men can go get penile surgery. I mean, they can, but it's not the same thing. It is not the same thing. Not the same thing. Because the craziest part is, it's like, if a dude goes out there and decide to do that, you got to specifically open up that area, and then you have to insert something there. Like, if anything goes wrong, whatever that dude basically had that was working is not working no more. If it even gets an infection in a tissue, it could potentially, now you don't have nothing. When it deals with women taking a lot of these surgeries, because they've been doing this for God knows how long, let's say like since like Marilyn Monroe days, they've been doing breast augmentation. Because they've been doing this for like so many, decades to get, stuff like fixed and done and whatnot. They pretty much have a great idea on how to work with that area. At this moment in time, medical science, they don't have, the millions upon millions of guys that they worked on in order to specifically make sure to get stuff straight so that nothing goes wrong. Right. So it's like, it's vastly different. Like I said, if something happens to a woman with butt augmentation, you're still a woman. You just get that tissue pulled directly out, or you get the fat, pulled directly out, and they happen to, maybe they got to do something with the skin or whatnot, or whatever. You're still a woman at the end of the day. If anything happens to a woman's like chest, you can still get surgery either which way it goes, and you're still a woman. When that happens to a guy, it's not the same. And ain't no woman out here. I don't care what women want to say. Ain't no woman out here going to be trying to deal with a dude who don't, got nothing down there. They ain't going to do it. They're not about to do it. And and that's just the truth. Keyshawn, yo, what is up? You said trying to be wild, and Tippy said, yes, they can. The gym, clean eating, have a barber that you trust, get a goatee. This woman. So OG said exactly, preach. Sham said it's dangerous. Some women go for tightening to get the walls cut. Then you have to understand that if you do that, it won't stretch properly. It's dangerous too, and it causes infections. That's true. That is true. Stranday, what is up? What is up? You said preferences is different for everyone. That's true. You also said that some men want the plastic. Not every man though. You got the few directly out there. At one point in time, when this was a type of thing that was getting pushed, let's say by rap videos and whatnot, you could say like, yeah, there was a lot of men directly out there that wanted this. Now it's like, nah, dudes ain't really trying to go for that, because again, you got to think about like if you want to get married, that's not what you're trying to have. And that's to just sit up there and be real. And then when guys sit up there and say that, and then you got women out here that want to just sit there, just say that you gay, just say that you can't handle it, that you just can't deal with a real woman. I'm like, but that's not real though. God didn't give you that. Whatever it is that you got added in, that's by man. That's not by God. So you like, I don't know. I don't know. Gwen said, how appropriate. The film Bride just came out, full body reconstruction in full effect. Strandays said men create makeup and lingerie for women. I mean, this is true, but you also got to question yourself, what team were those men specifically on and for? Like I said, you gotta question a lot of stuff. You got certain dudes that will create some stuff that are, directly for women, and then you got other dudes who create stuff and they design stuff, and they are specifically for other men. So it's like you gotta try to figure out who are these people specifically for. The vision wise, who did they really create it for, and all this other. Like I said, it's a lot of stuff. You got some folks out here that like to play dress up. Like I said, they got a lot of videos up here where white dudes want to play dress up, and they want to dress. They want to put on full on costumes and walk around in public. Like I said, they got some videos out here, and these be like older white dudes who got money, and they order this stuff that costs thousands, if not tens of thousands of dollars, full on silicone suits and outfits and everything. They be having meetups in hotels, and like I said, it's wild out here. It's wild out here. Tibby said, nah, it's not easy when dealing with hormonal issues. I'm laughing to keep from crying. Sham said, I think it's more pressure from both, in particular, pressure for men to provide and perform, pressure for women to look a certain way. Like you can tell by China, there are fads that are harmful. Sham also said, like women out here getting cement put in their heads to make the head peak taller. Wait, huh? That's in China? OG says she must be very insecure about her looks. Chief, what is up? You said grass is greener. Third said we men can't, and wait, we men can't go to women and say hello, but somehow women are getting surgery because of men. Is crazy work. Yeah, I get you. That guy from Texas said, rate yourself, fresh face, straight out of the shower, and you can't use a 7. Kevin Samuels. Sham said, women out here getting cuts to their eyelids to make them look larger. So beauty being capitalized causes that, and it pushes pressure on women. Quint said, everybody can be beautiful. I don't buy the whole pressure crap. Most men will get with anything. Rabbit said, I mean, in animals, males and females tend to influence each other. Now that women don't have to settle, now women are putting pressure on men to be physically attractive. I mean, it'd be like that. The only thing I can sit up there and say is that is going to fall short for a lot of women directly out there. In general, uh, the main population of women are not attracted to the main population of men. It's just always been that way. If people don't believe me, go to high school. That's the smaller world within the world itself. You go to high school, you go to college, and you look at how the girls move. The exact same way the girls move in high school, the exact same way they move in college, the exact same way they move in the workplace, the exact same way they move directly in the world. The girls in high school always chased the popular guys. Same thing in college. They'll chase the guys in the frat, the guys in the basketball team, football team, whatever it is, right? And in the world, the girls will sit up there and chase the guys that every other woman basically deems to be attractive. The guy that basically has the money, this is that and the third, and all this other type of stuff. Again, the top 1 to 5 or the top 1 to 10%, which leaves all the rest of the guys to basically be invisible. Like I said, whenever you think about prom for senior year, every guy was not going to prom because the women that he specifically asked during that time in high school to go to prom with him, they were like, "Nah, I don't want to." It's like, "You're not my type. You're not attractive. I got things to do. I got plans. All this other stuff." Like I said, you didn't see a lot of dudes going to prom. And then the other dudes that live in reality, they were like, "Man, I'm not even going to try to sit up there and ask because I already know what it's going to be." So it'd be tough out here. But like I said, those women can have that expectation, and they're going to continue having the expectation. While the third coming of Christ happens, it'd be like that. OG said, "I thought that we're supposed to love ourselves." Wow, that is crazy. Sham said the pressure comes from the media. I think men also experience the pressure cap with the media as well. Like I said, this happens when beauty and youth is capitalized in society. OG said, "Won't catch me going underneath the knife. I love who I am." Sham said, "Nope." Boy, he said, "Nope. I'm getting augmentation done. My back hurts. I'm getting that reduction when I'm healthy enough to." Keyshawn said, "Worst case scenario for me, it falls off." Yeah, for the guys. Yeah, if they go surgery. Yeah. OG said, "Most definitely females are naturally beautiful. They don't need makeup." Bars. Quinn said, "This is only true in entertainment. Modern women just try to live like they're celebrities." Strade said, "Sham, do what feels right for you." Yo, radio, what is going on? You said I even heard a woman on her channel called Trina Clarice, or whatever it is, Trina. I think she said all women are doing all of these body changes because of Black American men, that it all stems from women trying to be what we like. Yeah, no. Nah. I'm not taking no responsibility for none of that nonsense. No. I'm gonna go back to what Nicki Minaj said, and a whole bunch of women championed that online. They were like, we don't get dressed up for men. We don't have makeup for men. We don't get our hair done for men. We don't get augmentation for men. We don't go out for men. We do it for ourselves. So I ain't trying to hear that. Nope, missing with that. I'm going to go with Nicki Minaj's quote, and I'm going to believe that women do everything for themselves. They do everything for themselves, or they do it in order to impress and to look good for other women. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Let me see. I was gonna read that part. I had to remember what Shan was talking about. I'm like, yeah, let me not read that one. Let me not read that one. Strong Day said, "I wrote some men and not all." Quint said, "In my day, the wise elders used to say there's somebody for everybody." That's true. OG said, "Wait, hold on. Who said that dude crazy?" Strong Day said, "They were not gay." Sham said, "My elders told me that too. There is somebody for everyone." OG said, "I'm a dude. I won't touch downstairs. No surgery at all." The dude sounds crazy. What is it? Third said, "Someone created Mountain Dew. That doesn't mean that you go guzzle soda till your kidneys fall." KW said, "The Bible said there's 7 women to every one man. Women, just be true to yourself. Keyshawn said, my others told me some people need to be left alone. Strate said the Bible is lying, but men love the sound of it though. Let me see. What was it? Third. OG said, I'm dead, brother. Chat is hilarious. Yeah, chat is funny. Chat is always funny. Strade said, not a man alive, not born by a woman, and men grow to want to control their mamas. It's all wrong. I'm highly confused on that. Radio said exactly 100%. Quint said modern makeup was created for the movies. See Max Factor, FYI. Red lipstick was inspired by cave women putting blood on their lips to attract men. It was a cultural thing. That's crazy. Third Eye said the top 10%. Nick said, got to love yourself before you love another. That's facts. Tippy said, pressure men to be attractive. LOL. Society do it to women as a norm. That's why women do everything to look youthful. But also, Tippy, you got to remember a lot of women go do the whole beauty thing as well, as because their women are in competition with other women. You see women who are older celebrity women, and like I said before, they're legends. I'm like, dog, you're solidified. You don't need to do nothing no more. Those women don't want to stay old. They're like, hey, this ain't my time. I still got some youth left directly in me. Let me get this surgery real quick so I can step back into the limelight. I'm not about to sit up there and have like these young girls out here take my spot. And that is a thing again that a lot of women don't even want to talk about, how they view how older women view younger women as competition. Like I said, it's crazy work. It's crazy work out here. Radio said that's why white men and women don't like when we are around and shining, because we attract their people to us. They are very insecure people. Rabbit said, you're right. No healthy woman can deal with ED. I got approached by a white couple because his prostate issues was causing him ED. He drank a lot and ruined his prostate. Now, the craziest part is when it deals with a lot of younger, and let me just put this directly out there, because for whatever reason, so many folks out there, when it deals with black men, they don't actually understand, because you don't have a lot of I guess those younger dudes basically mention it or talking about it. Maybe they might have did some live streams about it or whatnot or whatever. But a lot of women out here in the black community got to also understand is that while a lot of them don't want to specifically look at these younger black dudes as whatnot or whatever, you got these white couples out here coming pulling directly up to these young dudes, depending on where they at. Like it might be, like a cruise out, a night out on a walk or whatever it is. And they will proposition these young dudes, be having conversations, all this other type of stuff. There was one video I forgot. It's probably like somewhere on a whole nother hard drive, but there was a young streamer, and I want to say this should have been probably before the pandemic, possibly, or maybe during that time. No. I think it was a little bit before, but it was a young kid that was a streamer. He should have been probably about like early 20s, probably like 20, 21, 22. And you had this white couple. You had the tall white dude. He was up there, sunglasses, like they were both, I think, wearing sunglasses. Had a tall white dude with his shorts, his shoes or sandals or whatever it was. And then you had the woman. She was basically sitting up there talking to the young dude. She was like, hey, I find you XYZ. I was wondering if you would be down to do X, Y, and Z directly to me while my husband watches, and yada, 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 and all this other type of stuff, and rah, rah, rah. And she went to the whole spiel of like, and could you get like, a group of brothers and we can do da da da. And yeah, he's completely fine with it. Like the husband was right there hearing the whole conversation. he didn't have no problems, directly with it or whatnot or whatever. That was the conversation. And I think they did exchange numbers or whatnot or whatever. But like I said, these are things that happen to these young dudes directly out here. So it's like you got other people up here coming directly up to them, deeming them for attractive for whatever reason. And then you got other folks basically turning them down for the most dumbest reasons. So it's like people are going to sit up there and go like, okay, well, this is where I've been accepted for the longest time possible, and da da da, and had these conversations. So I'm just going to sit up there and just be up over here because it's easier. So I forgot how we got here in that conversation, but we made it here. Quinn said you got forced if I was expecting to get the top 1 to 10% of men. Yeah. I gotta really give you another name. I'm just gonna go with Strande. You said African women getting BBLs is crazy work. It is. It is. Anxiety said so. Basically, by you not even trying to ask, you've defeated yourself. You can blame women for that. Wait, I'm confused. What part are you talking about? OG said the Wayans family already announced it. New White Chicks movie along with Scary Movie. Oh, that's dope. I'll be there to see that. Third said, remember Amber Rose started the South Walk? Oh, yeah. I remember that. And you had a whole bunch of women trying to champion that. Yep. And that was a woman that started that, yeah. Quinn said black men always get blamed for everything. Prove it. Sham said the whole rating thing just seems trash to me. What somebody's 10 is somebody's 1, and that somebody's 1 could be somebody's 10. So just love who you love and move on from who you don't. Rabbit said, I think if society stays like this, the more broke, the less attractive will be weeded out. As someone who's fascinated by evolution, it's interesting to watch and see. Radio says schools are definitely where you can test what the dating climate is becoming like. Marty said many women say that men ain't ish, but those same women magically end up pregnant. I made a post about that before. It's crazy work. It's crazy work. Radio said Cali is scary. You don't know who's really a man or who's really a woman. Got to be highly careful out here. Sham said, I think we'll see women becoming more dominated in behaviors pretty soon. LOL, men was clubbing women in the head and dragging them off. At this rate, women will be clubbing men. That's crazy. Marlog said, like Gay Fox. Sham said you already see women being more aggressive too. Like I wouldn't be surprised if you start seeing males being XYZ'd by women pretty soon. I mean, I've done stories on that. Let me see. Tippy said exactly. A lot of men would choose the 20-year-olds versus a woman that looks 25, but she's 35. LOL, it is insane to me. Sham said, LOL, I do see them making robots to handle the male loneliness epidemic. In a lot of countries, women are actually growing taller than men. Let me see. Scroll directly down. I'm looking at replies. Tibby said the only thing men need to do is get muscles and buy a ghost mask, and boom, wait, what? Wait a minute, Tibby. You said all the guy needs to do is get muscles and buy a mask. What are we even a ghost, man? What are we even talking about? Live stream has gone completely left at this moment. Only Tippy. I swear to goodness, that's crazy. That's why you got those laughing emojis, because you already know. Radio said, yeah, white folks love the swinging with the brothers since the slave days. Yeah, that's true. That is true. Anxiety said that just seems like men have lost their confidence. Yo, D Money, what is up? What is up? What is up? What is going on? Let me see. Third said, I mean, the YNs are the same size of females and just as weak. Radio said, women becoming aggressive. Ish, when? I've been waiting for those days, this man. Tippy said, I noticed a lot of white women are highly attracted to stalker, handsome type of dudes that will chase them with a knife. Quinn said, I've always preferred a natural female. I call makeup glamour, not beauty. Also, women with low self-esteem turn off, be confident. Is a turn off, be confident. Let me see. Rabbit said, I was not surprised when Amber Rose said that she was not black. She is Cape Verdean. They already hate to admit they're African despite being literally Africans. Yeah, exactly. Sham Tippy be watching. I don't know what she be watching. I don't know what that one be watching. Let me tell you. Reddit said, "I'll take note of that and check." Tippy be saying some crazy stuff. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. Anyways, let's continue because I think that was about like a good 30+ minutes going through comments and responding.
Y'all seem to can't conceptualize reality. You are actually ugly in your natural state.
Matter of fact, let me
But you
highlight
are on
Tippy's
this
comment.
app talking about there are no attractive men. Once again, I have to remind your feeble minds that because the men you think you are entitled to don't want you, does not mean every man is ugly. You are just not what you think you are. And that's the gag. Men have to live in reality because, especially black men, because life doesn't give us cakewalks. There is no one willing to pay our bills, no one willing to give us a break just because of our looks. But y'all get to get on this app and have the nerve, the audacity, the unmitigated gall to be calling someone ugly when you look mediocre at best without Fenty, MAC, and whatever other cosmetic brand that you can bring up. Please shut the fuck up.
Nothing pisses me off more than when a man that looks like the shit on the bottom of my shoe is like, hey, can I take you out? Now, I'm not going to say I'm the greatest thing since sliced bread, but I know I ain't ugly. Where the did you get that idea that I would actually go out with you?
And that's the one I work. And somebody like her is clearly calling men ugly because she looks the way that she does. Again, this is another reason why you see the quote unquote, as she deemed it, this is why the quote unquote unattractive black guys in the black community are going elsewhere. But the moment in time that those guys go elsewhere that women ain't even attracted to, people want to complain and start making videos talking about black men are leaving the black community. And specific, and like I said, I love Dr. Umar. Man be saying a lot of stuff, but he's one of the main folks that have come directly out there, saying that. And I'm like, no, you got to be real, and you got to also understand the fact that a lot of black dudes out here are not black women are not attracted to those dudes. You just got to be real directly. They're not physically attracted to those dudes. There's nothing that they can sit up there and do about that. So they might as well go whatever it is that they can sit up there and go, which then clears the field, right? As a lot of women will say, because you have women like her that also said that a lot of unattractive men are pretty much cannon fodder, right? And they should have never been born in the first place. So if those men that are deemed to be unattractive basically leave, that clears the field so that women can clearly chase after the guys that they want to chase after. So you're going to have hundreds of women chasing after the exact same 10% of guys. So like I said, it makes it easy. Just saying. Just saying. But yeah, I had to highlight Tippy's comment because that woman be just saying talking, that woman be talking straight crazy. That woman be talking straight crazy. Straight crazy. Let me tell you something. Let me see. What was it? Tippy said, LOL, I don't watch Netflix. Maybe Instagram, watching a lot of AI and BDSM clips. Tippy, what? Give me your phone. Give me your phone, Tippy. Oh my goodness. Good Lord. A lot of clips, but it's PG-13. How is that PG-13? You watching 50 Shades of Grey, Tippy, and reading Zane. Like, what are we talking about here? All white women fantasize about is getting preyed on by men who's possessive with a ghost face. I don't know what type. I don't know what your algorithm is completely. As soon as you said IG, I already knew that your algorithm was cooked. I already knew it. I already knew it. Thursday, remember Michael B. Jordan is one of the most attractive men in Hollywood, and he still struggles dating because of women grossly high standards. What's the chance? What chance do regular men have? I mean, that's a very valid point. Strande, you said that, well, if everyone is auntie and sister in that neighborhood, I don't blame them to go outside and look for love. That's crazy. Tibby said, I wish I could have replaced Lori Harvey when she left Michael B. Jordan. Sham said, Tippy, where you get this from? I'm taking your laptop. You don't need it no more. Stay off the channels. That's what I'm saying. This woman has found the dark place on IG. That is crazy. This is why Tippy cannot be on time to any of these live streams. Now I know why, Tippy. Now I know why. What was it? Quinn said, like I said, the bride, fillers, makeup, weave, fake nails, lip fillers, or thickening lipstick, etc. Talking ish and SMH. Strande sitting up here laughing in the chat. Tippy said, I think a lot of women want these types of men now, but you got to be attractive to do it. That's oh man. Oh my goodness. The comments that Tippy be having, that's perfect for TikTok. That I swear to goodness, that is perfect specifically for TikTok. That would just be right up there. Sham said, we can't leave you by yourself too long, Tippy. Someone got to be watching you. Where's Gail? Oh my goodness. Tippy be all over the place. I can only imagine her search history at this moment in time. Lord have mercy. This woman. Well, let's continue.
Did you get that idea that I would actually go out with you? And there's not a desire for Black men to make Black women the mother of their children, even though they came from Black women. They were raised by Black women. They grow up, they become successful, and they don't pick us. And now we see it translating down into the middle class world, right? I'm not a celebrity. The people I date are not celebrities. We don't have that kind of money. But now it's being translated to a level where I could relate to, where your working class Black man, white collar or blue collar, they're not choosing us anymore either. You could go back on my last post and you could read the comments. It is true. It is true. And it's actually heartbreaking as a Black woman to hear men say those things and to see that, like, they just don't want us.
Thinking about how I went to singles night at church and it was hundreds. I mean,
so let me just pull that back. So the title said Black female loneliness epidemic. I didn't know that there was one. Because I know, you got women out here that can just get guys. You got women out here talking, even on TikTok, talking about they got umpteen guys lined up. They got guys in their DMs. They got guys trying to hit them up, even on the streets. Like there's endless supply of guys hitting them up, right? So Black female loneliness epidemic, and they told Black men to leave them alone. Now they are wondering why Black men avoid them. And this is what I touched on earlier. I'm like, you can't tell somebody to like leave you alone and to not say hi to you. Don't give you a greeting, like, hey, queen, how you doing? Hey, beautiful, or try to come up and get your number, or just to try to strike up a conversation at a grocery store. And you want to be standoffish, have an attitude. You want to tell the dude off. You want to have, like I said, you can't do all of that and then turn around and be like, yo, why aren't these men out here talking to me? Huh? That's not how that works. That's not how that works, right? But now we're gonna go to the church real quick.
They just don't want us.
Thinking about how I went to singles night at church and it was hundreds. I mean, at least 1,000. First I thought it was 500, but the pastor said it was 1,000 singles in attendance. Like, are we all living the same life at this point? Because I've never been in a room with that many single people, or even thought that it was even, I thought I was like the only one left. I mean, beautiful women, all types, shapes and sizes, literally African-American women. Like a room full of singles. And I'm like, this has to be an experiment. Like, this has to be like assimilation. Is that the word I want to use? I think so. Like, I'm confused and I'm like low key, like nervous, like for us. Well, shit for myself, fuck y'all. Because where are the men? Where are the men? Then again, don't know. Never mind. Don't. We know.
Right. So at one moment she showed the whole thing where, and we've already known this for a minute, right? I got you anxiety. Hold on, give me 1 second. So with this video, this woman is complaining about where are the men at. She went to like the singles meeting directly at church, and there were a few far and in between men directly there. But anybody with common sense will tell you that you're not going to find a lot of black men in church because of a variety of reasons. Number one, we don't got time for preachers to try to rob our pockets. We women, y'all can do that. And I've said that 99 times. So black women out there, y'all can go to church. Y'all can allow the snake oil salesman to basically rob you blind and to take hundreds or thousands of dollars. Like I told y'all before, and I showcased when a mother, a single mother, came up. No, I'm sorry. I don't think she was single. I think it was a mother. It was a family. It was the husband, the wife, and a child came up there and offered money to tithe, and the pastor was like, "This ain't enough money. This ain't enough money. We told you that you had to come up with this specific amount of money or however it was supposed to be." And I'm like, dog, that's incredibly crazy to me. I'm like, so again, like I said before, the church is about greed. The church ain't do nothing for black men, and the church specifically ain't doing nothing for black women, but taking y'all money and feeding y'all the same stuff that Derek Jackson was sitting up there feeding y'all for like the last whatever years that dude was up there on social media, and y'all was eating that stuff up left and right, which is crazy. And then to read those comments and know that those women know that Derek Jackson is in a relationship, and then women are still making comments about how he looks and all this other type of stuff, and they wish they could be with him and all. I'm like, dog, you, like I said, it everything is cooked. That's the best way I can just keep saying it. Everything out here is completely cooked. Now, anxiety. I got you. You said, when did black women tell black men to leave us alone? Let me see if I can find a video real quick. Let me go to TikTok. Let me see if I can give you a video real quick. Wait, what is this? So she's a sexuality educator. And then the funny part is I typed in what is it? No. Wait, where are we at right now? I could have sworn I typed in black men leave black women alone. Let me see. Are black men walking away? Black men don't want black women. Lord have mercy. Let me find a few videos. Hold on. Oh Lord, somebody said black men hate black women. Let me get to the other video. Hold on, because this will be a whole different live stream if I start pulling 10 of these videos. Stop. Be a lot easier if I had my other hard drive. I'll tell you that one. Let me see. Men not approaching women. Black men approaching women. I don't speak to black women anymore. Lord, how I get to I'm sick of being disrespected. Black men projecting hatred. It's crazy how I know clear cut that I watch videos on TikTok where you got black women up here saying stop saying hi to black women and stop giving compliments, but supernaturally, then we got mixed race women up here. What? And then we got the interracial dating thing up here. All right, so we're gonna go directly to this woman. We're just gonna listen to hear what she got to say because I ain't trying to leave the what's the name on pause. We're gonna see what she got to say. Ringtone went off. Get this video directly for you guys real quick. I got your anxiety. We're gonna get directly to this because I like more so to just give actual videos of women saying it versus me saying it. Because then if I'm just saying it, people are like, nah, no black woman ever said it. It's tough. But let's take a listen.
Wondering why men don't approach you and don't say hi anymore? As a life and relationship coach who works with strong, successful, and ambitious black women, I hear them say all the time, men never say hi to me anymore. Men never approach me anymore. Men don't come up to me on the street anymore. And here's the reasons why. So there are two primary reasons why this may not be happening to you anymore. The first reason is that if you are successful and accomplished, and when you're out and about, you're going somewhere, your energy can say to those around you, don't stop me, don't approach me, I'm a speeding bullet and I have somewhere to go. So it's simply not as easy for someone to gain your attention when you're in go mode. And so it really just isn't as easy for men to approach you in your grown woman, go-getter, being the boss, making it happen stage, as it was when you were just young and dumb and out here having fun. And the second reason is that some men are afraid to approach you, not because of anything that you've done, but because we live in a society and in an era where men have learned that it is not necessarily safe to approach strange women. We've gone through the entire COVID epidemic and the pandemic. We went through the Me Too experience. And so there are many men who want to get to know you, who want to approach you and who want to say hi to you, but they aren't sure that you'll be receptive to them. And so considering both of these reasons why men may not be saying hello to you and may not be approaching you, here's what I want you to do. The next time that you see an attractive man that you want to approach you, that you want to speak to, you say hi first. It sends a signal that it's safe to approach you. It lets him know that you're willing to slow down on your route for him. And it can break up some of the awkwardness or even some of the so-called intimidation that we think men feel when they see powerful women. I'm teaching a masterclass about how to attract men and love into your life this week. Tap the link in my bio so that you can register, save your seat, show up, and I'll see you there.
All right, let's see if we can find some more videos. Technically, she mentioned some things directly out there, like the Me Too movement and different things of that nature, but that's not what's been presented. Because there's videos out there where you got black women basically stating that they don't want black men saying hi to them and all this other type of stuff. When a black man says he doesn't like black girls, but how do we get to the interracial side of? Let me see. Black men in public, I feel like black women at all. They don't like black men. Why? Black women don't feel safe being approached by black men. All right, we're going to keep going through some videos here because maybe we'll get to one. Because it's like, yo, because when you want to type stuff directly in, maybe I will have to do this on X. That may be um the thing. Let me see something real quick. Mm-mm-mm. Obviously, we're not. Wait. Oh, now we're running into. I see why we're getting in like a whole bunch of different videos because magically it started going into women going into trying to just kind of walk in the streets, and I'm like, how did we get here? That's a little bit crazy. And normally I technically would show my screen, but depending on what be online, can't specifically do that. That'll become problematic, cause issues. All right, here we go. Here.
I'm going to say this in love and in truth. When a black woman avoids being approached in public, especially by a black man, it is not typically about ego, but about survival. I am a black woman who loves black men, and my truth is that I have literally had to go to therapy. Again, I have gone to therapy to process how unsafe I feel around them. And that's not something that I am proud to say. That is something that I had to literally heal through. Because my truth is, my trauma came from black men. It didn't come from white men. It didn't come from brown men. It didn't come from red or green, Oompa Loompas or anything. It came from black men. And that's the same as opposed to other communities. White women experience more abuse from white men. However, the propaganda that they try to push for racism is that black men are abusing them. But no, it's not. It's the same within our community, just like it's the same within theirs. They can't face their truth because of systemic racism. And we cannot face our truth because of cultural bias. The black woman is supposed to hold the black man down by any means necessary. And that means even at the cost of her. And that's not me generalizing. That is my lived experience. And I specifically went to therapy because I knew it was not realistic for me to have such fear towards something that I love so much. But that fear existed because every trauma, every fist, every punch, every kick, every essay came from a man that looked like me. And that cultural betrayal ran deep because from me, what's inside of me, I truly believed that because of what we come from and because of what we went through, just like I'm supposed to stand tall and protect you, I would expect the exact same thing because of what our ancestors went through. But that's not my story. And that's not plenty of black women's story. So if you're a black man who gets angry because a black woman does not want to be approached by you in a grocery store, instead of you getting angry, I ask for you to sit with this instead. What is it that you can do to help make this world a safer place for black women to feel safe in the company of what looks like her? What can you do to stop being triggered by a black woman's boundaries? And start reflecting on why those boundaries exist in the first place.
What?
Because if your first response is defensiveness and not accountability, you're not ready to be in her presence in the first place.
Brother, what?
Don't just approach us, protect us. Don't just speak to us, but see us.
What?
And don't just desire us. We are literally begging y'all to do better by us.
What just happened? This. Jesus Christ. I'm like, yo, how, brother? Let me tell y'all something. Quick maths, real quick. When I was younger, I used to be the type of dude that automatically, whenever I would hear like stories of what young black girls around the time of high school was sitting up there going through that I knew, like I felt bad. I'm like, dang, this is what you had to grow up with. This is what you went through, like in your family, whatnot, or whatever. Like I felt bad. I'm like, man, it's like I wish I could, sit up there and do something, but I knew that I couldn't. It's like I'm able to hear all of this, but I can't do nothing about that. Right? I can't right those wrongs. I can't do anything. The only thing that I can try to do is console or all this other type of stuff. But then now living in this time frame, now it's at the point in time where like folks are like, yo, you need to be doing better by us. You need to protect us. You need to do this. You need to. I'm like, dog, I cannot be responsible for the stuff that you went through, and I had nothing to do with it. Like that's a tall order to sit up there and deal with. Like I had women in my family. I ain't never sat up there and lay hands on no woman in my life. So it's like I can't heal some type of trauma that you got because previous men that you were with did X, Y, and Z. There's nothing I can do about that. Nor should I be held accountable or responsible. Like how? How am I being held responsible for what some other dude set up there? Like what you want me to do? You want me to go find that dude and then make sure he's no longer here and now my life is in jeopardy because I did something that so that you can sleep better at night, and now I'm going to be potentially looking at like 50 to life, and then you're going to be out here sleeping nice, and then moving on to the next guy. Like, come on, dog. Like I said, dog, like, people are not living in reality. People are not. People are not living in reality, dog. Like this is not making, like I said, like everything that she wanted to express here, she needed to express that either to her father, her brothers, her uncles, her grandfathers, or previous boyfriends or whatever that she knew. Telling that to me or any other random dude out here don't make no type of sense because we are all men, but we don't have nothing to do with those situations. We had no parts of that. Just because we're men does not mean that we are the same men that did whatever to you or had that negative effect or that emotional effect and left that weight directly. Go deliver all of that poetry that you wanted to do, Deaf Poetry Jam. Go deliver that directly to those guys. Those are the guys deserving directly of that time and energy. That's not for the new guy to sit up there and put up with and deal with. That dude got a clean slate. He don't got nothing to do with nothing. But now you want to put all of this work directly on the table for him to deal with that is not his job to deal with. Like, man, come on, man. And she talked about she did therapy. I can't tell. She wanted to do that Deaf Poetry Jam. Like, what is happening? Like, Jesus. Lord of mercy. Anxiety said there was a time when some black men approached us very aggressively. No matter how polite you were, the minute you turned them down, you get cursed out, berated, and threatened. I got you, and you're dealing with the immature ones, but those are also the same ones throughout the community that women say that they find the utmost attractive. Those are the ones that are always honest and upfront. Those are the ones that always go for what it is that they want. Those are the ones that ain't scared to talk to women. Those are the ones that are most masculine. Those are the ones that are the men, right? That's what normally folks will say in the community. Because the men that aren't coming up to you doing that or saying that, women ain't looking at those dudes. They're not spotting those dudes. They're not highlighting those dudes. They're not even showing interest in those dudes. Like I said, when it comes to a lot of stuff, we got to be directly honest about a lot of stuff. What it is that women are attracted to and are not attracted to. And I'm talking about by way of the actions. If we look at the performative actions directly out here, and the women that a lot of women say that they deal with, they 9 times out of 10, women are like, hey, all we deal with is the wrong type and the bad men directly out here. So every woman out here can magically attract the wrong type of man, but women can't switch that energy so they can attract the right type. Something ain't mathing. Something is not mathing. Like like I said, I'm just a little bit confused. Like that is wild to me. That is wild to me. Like, Lord have mercy. Um, let me see. Let me go to the next one. Let me see what we got. Because like I said, I'm listening to these for the first time directly with y'all. So I did try to edit videos the first time, but now it just doesn't matter. So I'm throwing that all out the window.
About it. I know y'all have seen Dr. Deck's post about Black women not speaking. Apparently, he was in the Kroger and he's been speaking to Black women, and somehow they are just ignoring him. And he's trying to figure out, did he not get the memo? And I'm just like, I'm a Black woman, and I did not know that that was a thing, that we are not speaking to Black men. I don't do that. I am friendly, and that's my femininity in me, that whenever I'm out and about at the grocery store, at the gas station, wherever I am, Black men are always speaking to me and I speak back. I also sometimes speak to them first. I do not repel men in any type of way. First of all, that's respect for me. If somebody speaks to you, you speak back. I don't think that they want anything else from me when they speak. Some of them do ask me other questions after I speak back to them. They ask me, am I married? Do I have a boyfriend? When I give them that answer of yes, then they come back to say, can you have friends? So then that starts a conversation between us, because I'm like, well, what kind of friend are you trying to be? Are you trying to be like one of my girlfriends, like where we hang out, we go to concerts, we go to dinner, we travel? Are you trying to be that? Because I don't think my man is going to like that. And if you were my man, would you like that? And typically they wind up laughing at me, right? We're laughing because they know that I understand, and that now that they understand.
Yeah.
So I don't get why we're not speaking to Black men. What else do we think that they want from us? But for all the women that have an issue with that, I want to clue you into something. There's going to be a point in your life where ain't nobody checking for you. Ain't nobody going to be speaking to you. So while they are speaking to you, you need to speak back and just have respect for Black men. Don't put all Black men in the same boat. There are some good Black men out here and there are some bad ones. But on average, give them that average respect and at least speak to them, period. Like, you don't have to have an attitude or do any of that, because as I said, you are going to be looking for somebody to say something to you once you get to some point in your life. And to all the women that have an issue with that and saying that y'all ain't got to speak to them and all of these things, you're sending the wrong message. And then you all will be the same women mad that all of our Black men has now started to date other races and y'all are left to be with yourselves.
Well, that last part. And that is 100% true. And that is currently where, if you will, depending on the parts of X and TikTok, that's currently the state of affairs at this moment in time, where like I said, I put it to you like this. The thing that I've noticed that I feel as though that a lot of other folks have not noticed, more so specifically Black women, because I've tried to educate and tell Black women for the longest time possible that when you have a lot of these women making videos or content about Black men and it's always negative, is there to emotionally engage, because they know that you more than likely found them on the For You page, or that you have certain feelings that are negative about Black men, so that you'll see this and it'll speak in a sense to you. So again, they're doing stuff to cater to that echo chamber, to those emotions. They're not leading towards any type of healing or trying to get past any type of trauma or whatnot or whatever. They want to have Black women generationally within that emotional trauma, so that they can continue to monetize and make money and to leave you all in one space. Honestly, like I said, I've watched this content for over like 5-something years. That's what I've gotten directly from it, because there's nothing else from it. Like, nobody's really talking about any healing, any getting past trauma, therapy, doing the daily journal or whatnot or whatever. And as they monetize a lot of these things and they say all of these negative things about Black men, they also enable or teach a lot of these Black women out here to start having these attitude with these Black men, start being standoffish, start saying this and start saying that and all this other type of stuff. So then once they're programmed to basically do that and they go out and start doing it, then people start returning online talking about the stuff that they're doing. And now the new topic after that's done is like, oh, look at all of these Black men deciding that they want to go elsewhere. They want to deal with us in America. They want to sit up there and go elsewhere, and it's because it's easier. It's because it's this. It's because it's that. And I'm like, where did you get that? So the only women out here that are not easy, you're saying, is basically you. And I'm like, how do we get this normal, this general consensus? Because there's videos that I've touched on before where you've had black women trying to call women of other countries prostitutes. And I'm like, how do we get there? I'm like, what specific conversations did you have with those women of other cultures in order to generalize all of those women there? Because I could have sworn that within this whole feminist ideology or whatnot or whatever, that women were not going to judge other women in that type of way or brand them falsely like that because of the way that women have been treated and falsely branded throughout the years because of men. But if it's black men specifically being with women of other races, it's then fair game to, I guess, brand or generalize heavily those other group of women in other countries. Like I said, it's a whole thing. It's a whole type of thing that is just it's ridiculous out here. And again, I'm hoping that it gets to a point in time that a lot of black women will realize how other black women out here who got these social media platforms legitimately don't even care about you, and they're just doing this to monetize. And the easiest way to monetize is to talk about black men, to have you engaged, to have you follow, subscribe, and do all of these things, and to keep you directly in the echo chamber of nothing but emotional turmoil and hate and no type of growth. Because that's all it is. That's all it is. Like I said, nothing but trauma bonding between women, all hating one specific group. But then you got other groups of men who I've gotten videos. I got videos of Arab dude. I got videos of men of other races in the horrendous treatment that they do in public. I'm talking about if you go to China and you look at how, the matter of fact, if you go to Asian countries and you look at how Asian men out there treat their women in public, woo, diabolical. I did a video about 2 to 3.5 years ago about I think it was some Asians in Australia that owned a shop, and a group of Asian men, because of an argument or disagreement that an Asian woman basically had that was working there, several groups of men basically jumped the Asian woman on camera. Like it was ridiculous what was setting up to happen. And this is something that happens every single day. But people ain't trying to bring up conversations about that though. People don't want to talk nothing about that. But again, everything negative to say about black men, and then everything positive to say about men of other races or groups. Even though, like I said, I got videos, I got news stories, I've covered them. But like I said, you can't tell nobody who don't want to be educated on the topic, or they don't want to specifically see the negative in those other groups, because in their mind, if one has to be negative, everybody else has to be positive, versus it just being a balanced and a balanced playing field. Like I said, this is how people end up in circumstances that they end up in. It's crazy work. Hakeem, what is up? What is up? What is up? You said Western culture has ruined the black woman. Much love, respect, and appreciation for the $2 dono. It be like that. I will sit up there and say that from my perspective of being a content creator, and also looking at a lot of the content on that side, it's far worse than a lot of people think, because you have a lot of the younger women, especially the young girls who are teenagers. They have the exact same sentiments that you hear from 20, 30, 40, 50, and 60-year-olds. You hear this in girls that are teenagers. They're 14, 15, 16. And I'm like, how do you even, you shouldn't be sounding like somebody in their 30s, or from their 30s to their 60s, because you ain't ever have a relationship or a marriage. So I'm like, how do you even have that type of energy towards black dudes of your own age range? Y'all ain't even really out there doing nothing. But it'd be like that. Like I said, 20, I think, what was it? It's supposed to be 2045 that they stated by 2045, half of the population of women will be single. It'd be like that. It be like that. And, people will figure it out though. you can it'll be like that. People figure it out. But let's continue.
With shit for myself, fuck y'all. Because where are the men? Where are the men? Then again, don't know. Never mind. Don't. We know where they.
I just got back from the most unhinged speed dating event of my entire life. Dating in Charlotte is a problem. Honestly, this needs to be studied. This experience needs to be studied. Having been here for only 6 months, coming from Houston, Texas, this is not normal. This is not okay. So I will.
Oh, let me just highlight this. Thank you, Sham, for posting that because I didn't think about it. Sham stated, let me just put everybody on notice. She said just putting this out there. Yeah, let me just putting this out there, out here. Just because we're talking about black women and dating doesn't mean this is the troll base for you white men to be racist against black women. Not that type of party. So just in case if folks don't know, again, greater majority of my moderators are black women. Also got black guys here as moderators too. The black women here will sit up there and pack you up real quick. So if you want to sit up there and say some stuff, you better be talking real nice. Because if you don't, Shan will pack you up into the shadow realm. You might even have Mo directly up in here putting people in a Bermuda Triangle. Either which way it goes, you will be packed up and you will be talking directly in space. And in space, nobody can hear you. So, like I said, you have been warned. And everybody deserves one. So that was your one warning, right? Let's continue.
I'll preface this by saying I did not want to go. This is not my cup of tea. This is not how I generally meet people. I was very concerned and very anxious, going into this. I really was. Like, truly. I tried to get out of it multiple times. I texted my best friend. I was like, I just don't think I should go. She was like, no, you need to get out there. Stop meeting men on these apps. Start meeting men in real life. As we know, men don't approach women as much in real life. So a speed dating event felt like the perfect place to meet men where they would feel comfortable approaching women and women would feel comfortable being approached. So got dressed, got cute, put shit on, might I add, okay? And headed on down there, okay? Here's where everything went wrong. Now, the event started at 6 o'clock. I will admit, I got there at 7:30. Maybe a problem. But the thing about it is the flyer said this is a mix and mingle speed dating happy hour. First of all, I don't even know that those words really go together, but to me, it felt like kind of a come and go as you please. So I didn't want to be the first one there at 6 o'clock. Showing up at 7:30 was also not the move though, because when I walked in, it was packed. And what do you think I saw? What do you think I saw? Exactly what I thought I was going to see. 80 women sitting alone. No men in sight. None. I promise you. I will overlay a video. There were I could not see one man outside of the people servicing tables at this place. So eventually I get the courage to go sit down with a group of girls at a table. And I'm like, yo, what the niggas at? Like, where are they? I know I'm late. Like, is there some sort of game going on where the men are in one room and the women are in another room? They were like, oh, girl, you just got here. You must not have heard. I'm like, what's going on? They're like, basically, about an hour ago, she came downstairs, took all the men, 10. Keep in mind, there's like 85 women and 10 men. She got the 10 men to choose the women that they wanted to come upstairs with them. So the 10 men out of 85 women chose 10 women to take upstairs. And that's where they did the speed dating upstairs while everybody else was downstairs looking at each other. Everybody was on their phones. Everybody was looking around like, what the hell is this? I have never been so uncomfortable in my entire life. The mismanagement, I don't even know where to start. This was a ticketed event. So the event owners knew, hey, we have 85 women RSVP'd and only 10 men. They knew that this was a problem going into the event. This was not a surprise. And I figured there would be like a level of disparity between the number of men and women because speed dating tends to attract women and not necessarily men. So when one girl came downstairs from the 10-person thing, we were all like, girl, what's going on up there? She was like, oh, none of them are my type, so I just walked out. And they were like, well, we're going to have to replace you. She was like, go ahead. Like, I don't want to be up here. I was like, well, what were the guys like? Are they cute? She was like, girl, they're all underneath 5'9". She's like, and I'm 5'8", so I really only talk to men that are 6'2" and above. I was like, point blank period. I'm 5'9", so I'm the same way. Like, I really only talk to people above 6 feet. So she was like, no, every single person was short. It didn't make sense for me. This entire like way that they're doing this isn't like interesting to me at all. So everyone was just sitting around waiting for the men to come downstairs so that they could have a chance to talk to them, I guess. I was not going to be one of those people sitting and waiting. I mean, what am I supposed to do when they come downstairs? Bum rush them? Especially after you've told me they're all pretty much below 5'9"? I'm out of here. I stayed for 17 minutes and then I left. Like after that, I had nothing to say. The cool part about it is 2 people though, they had seen my previous TikTok. So your girl felt a little viral. Slightly embarrassing, but also fine. I say all that to say that was so bad. And the planners, event planners, owners of that, y'all really got to get it together. Don't ever put together an event like that again. People left extremely disappointed. The only part I am happy about is that was free. The only thing I did have to pay for was parking, and I'm mad about even that. But truly so unhinged. I also, last point, I can see why men think they're the prize. If I was a man dating in this day and age, I would feel like I was the prize too. To have 85 beautiful, good smelling, intelligent black women sitting in a room just waiting to talk to me, wanting me to pick them. I mean, I would feel like rookie of the year. I don't know what else to say. I would feel like I was the prize too. And I think that's what gives a lot of men this illusion of choice. On dating apps, it feels like endless women. For dating in Charlotte, it feels like an endless amount of women to choose from because we quite literally outnumber them by 7-8x everywhere we go. I don't know how we're going to work through this. I don't. Feel free to give me ideas, but I can't see how this.
I mean, you clearly said that even the guys that were up there, you weren't even attracted to, and then it made it even more, um, visually seeing how you weren't attracted to them because you said that they were 5'9" and above. Like I said, this is what I'd be talking about. This is exactly what I'd be talking about. Like, you're going to sit up here and complain about the dudes being whatnot or whatever because they pick specific women. But then one woman came down there, she gave her opinion on the guys, and you took her opinion as church, and you were like, oh, you didn't find those as attractive? I don't find them attractive either. Brother, what? So folks don't even out there when it deals with dating, folks don't even have their own opinions. They go by the opinions of somebody else. Like if a one woman don't deem these dudes as attractive, then they're not attractive for the. I ain't man, brother. Like I told y'all before, women make other women single. She wasn't even going to try to have a conversation with the dude. She automatically crossed off those dudes. She's like, oh, you're short anyway. You're 5'9". So you're automatically not my type. I'm automatically looking for 6'9" and higher. And I'm like, as a woman that's short, why would you need somebody that's like 6'9"? I'm like, that don't even make, brother. You got it though. You got it. You 100% got it. Like I said, the reason why she's single is because of her height requirement. And for the tall women out there, if you're wondering why it is that you can't seemingly get like tall guys, it's because you got women like this who are not even like 6'1", 6'2", 6'3", 6'4", 6'5". You got women like this that the only time that they reach 6 feet is when they're actually wearing heels. And those are the ones going after the tall guys. While the guys who are basically their height and interested, they don't want to be with. But then the guys who are her height and can't get to women like her, they start looking towards tall women, and tall women are like, yeah, we don't date short guys. And where does that then leave the guys? So they get turned down. They're deemed to be unattractive by women of their own height. And then they're deemed to be unattractive by women who are taller. And then to make it worse, you got women who are 4'11", 5 feet. They will look up to a guy that is 5'8" and 5'9" and call him short and say that their height requirement is 6'2" or 6'9"? So you got dudes out here, average height dudes, 5'7", 5'8", 5'9", getting shut down by midgets, getting shut down by average height women, and getting shut down by tall women. So where are those guys supposed to go if they want a genuine connection with the woman? If they want a relationship, if they want marriage, if they want kids, where are they supposed to sit up there and go if they're getting shut down by those main three groups of women who deem those men as being unqualifiable? That's all I'm saying. And women say that it's hard for them to date. No, it's not. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. A lot of women, a lot of women follow other women, which is the reason why they're single. Other women have very high standards. Like I said, you're a guy. Like I said, I'm a guy. And for a lot of guys out here, we don't mind. I'm not talking about the rare extent of dudes that want to say X, Y, and Z and all that. Normal dudes do not really care if a woman is tall. We don't really care. It's what a woman is. Woman. She could be tall, you could be average height, you could be short. We do not care. But like I said, we'll give everybody a shot. Women don't. That's not what women do. Women are like, I'm going to disqualify this dude from even looking in my direction because he don't meet this height. And then the crazy part is you got women disqualifying average height dudes while they're wearing 3 to 4 inch heels. So I'm like, you're not even at your actual height, but you're like, oh, well, because I wear heels, I need a guy that I can look up to. Brother. It's wild work. Wild work. Fitz said, so what if a tall dude is their preference? Why should that bother you? Bro, you don't have specific taste. You prefer. You must have just got here. You just like it's crazy how people will hear you and they make it seem like you got a real issue with tall dudes. I never said that. All of my guys that I know, they're tall. They have no shortage of women at all. Like I said, glory to the winner. This is specifically making the point of how women will decide to state that there are no attractive or suitable men directly out here. But in a lot of cases, the men that they deem not to be suitable are the actual ones that would match up well with them. But that match will never happen because women will disqualify men over the stupidest things. That's the point. But you can't really tell people nothing. Because people want to make it seem like you're hating on somebody else because they out here winning. Like I said, glory to the winner. That's cool. Like I said, all of my guys out here that's tall, they always had women. And I was like, yo, you got that. You doing that. Like I said, I ain't never had no problem. It's the problem when women always say that they can never find the man that they want, but they always disqualify men that are always seeking them out and that always garner for their attention, and that could actually be a credible match directly for them, dotting all the I's. But they're like, nah, you don't match up with that height, that you're no good. No bueno. It's crazy. You said, that's not what I'm saying. You said my point is, if that's your preference, it is what it is. Okay, cool. Like I said, it be like that. But what I'm saying is, at the end of the day, when it deals with women, complaining about not being able to find men, if you got a preference, I'm not trying to hear you online complaining about you not being able to find men. You have a preference. Go out there and be competitive with the other women. That chances are it's going to be a great uphill battle. It's going to be a Herculean feat to sit up there and bat your way through 100,000 or 1,000,000 women to get towards that guy. Like I said, again, the crying and stuff that I've been showcasing directly here on this videos. Like I said, you came here late. So you ain't hear a lot of stuff. And more so specifically, this also has to deal with black men and black women. Like I said, I don't know specifically who you are, but again, specifically, that's the content I've been showing off here. But like I said before, If people got preferences, that's cool. But if you got a preference, you know what their preference is. You shouldn't be saying that you got problems dating, that you got problems, finding that preference and all this other type of stuff. No, if you can't find your preference, then your preference ain't looking for you. If you having a hard time getting towards that preference, you ain't fighting hard enough. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Like I said, to all my tall guys out there, glory to the winner. Ain't no hate over here. I'm just tired of seeing women out here complaining, talking about they can't find no men out here. Nah, you just can't attract the dudes that are your specific preference, and it be like that. So, like I said, it's one thing for people to have a preference, but then at the same time, it's a difference when people got that preference and they can't attract that preference, and then they want to say it ain't no men out here. That's some crazy work. Like I said, you make the reality of what you live in. Be like that. Be like that.
I can't see how this can work.
Thank you for this and all the other annoying comments that you put under my post, because now I get to talk more about the patriarchy. For those of you who said that men don't need curated dating events to get women, that rests on a power imbalance, and it frames women as a resource that men can just access whenever, however, and however often they want without necessarily putting in effort, and somehow positions men as more romantically and socially advantaged, or what y'all like to call the prize, which I fear is hardly ever the case. So yes, it does rest on the patriarchal, there goes that word again, the patriarchal idea that men are not expected to adjust their approach. Y'all just keep doing what you're doing, and women are expected to be available and obtainable at any point in any way without you putting in effort, structure, vulnerability, or intention. Oh, and let's not forget about the safety aspect of it all. Curated dating events often exist to create accountability, reduce risk, and center mutual interest. So for men to continuously dismiss and reject these spaces where women feel safer, it reinforces the patriarchal script that men get to optimize for control and convenience rather than for reciprocity, care, and safety. Saying that men don't need curated dating events because y'all can just get women out in the wild normalizes male advantage, treats women as easily obtainable, which is a core patriarchal assumption.
What?
So yes, it is about the patriarchy. It has always been about the patriarchy. And I fear that because of people like y'all,
let me just read some of these comments if I can. I gotta zoom this in for myself. Oops, hit the wrong button. How do I zoom this? Let's see if I can make this a little bit bigger here.
It will continue to be about the patriarchy.
You know, one question I get asked a ton.
So I gotta try to go back to her. I skipped over real quick. Hold on me.
So yes, it is about the patriarchy. It has always been about the patriarchy. And I fear that because of people like...
All right, let me see if I can get to some of these. Shout out to Will. Will said, I'm only 6'1", which is fairly tall, and I've heard some women say some crazy things as it relates to short dudes. Oh yeah, trust me. I've heard that too. Trust me. Best believe. I've heard a lot of crazy stuff that didn't make no type of sense, but you can't tell folks nothing. Let me see if I can get that zoom. Okay, there we go. Got that. Okay, full screen. One person up there left a comment and stated to her that men that are worth anything can meet women anytime. They do not need a planned event. That's true. Another guy said, I'm 6'7", 300 pounds, dark skin. I don't need those events. I already have women attracted to me. Another dude, and I got to get closer to the screen. He said, we don't have to chase no more. We got 456 different women in our faces, specifically if you were a black man that got something going on. No matter what women say, black men know they're the prize. Rarity one, is that rarity? Because it's so small. Said rarity one, anything that's rare. Two, provisions. Three, everybody's trying to look the same. No individuality, same hairstyle, same personalities, same baggage. We don't care. Why would I pursue a woman invested her 10 minutes later and she's unhappy trying to find something better? Another person. Let me see. Can I play the video? Okay, there we go. Wait. Trying to see the bottom one.
Y'all.
Okay, there we go. So now I got to resume that back up. Okay, the last one said, I counted you said patriarchy and masculinity 4 times each. And she replied back, ooh, a mathematician. So now the whole dating thing has to do with the feminist whatnot or whatever. And now it's a part of the patriarchy. And if men are thinking that they don't need to go to these dating events, it's reinforcing a like, dog, I'm so tired of hearing this nonsense, dog. Like at the end of the day, this is the main thing that I'm just trying to get through. So you got white women that basically started this, right? White women started this whole thing dealing like the feminist movement and all this other type of stuff. But those are the same white women who still go out there and they're acting like feminine, not having, doing all of this other type of stuff. And they're still getting married, still got the white picket fence, still having a family, the car, the house, and all of that. And those same women delivered a message and handed it directly down, handed the whole booklet directly down to the black women that decided to listen. And now it's tiring. It's tiring, man. It's just radio said I'm 5'10", and I had women say that I wasn't really they type because I'm shorter than guys they normally prefer, but that I had you got the magic, so they didn't mind messing with me. It'd be like that. Like I said, and I've stated that before. If a guy physically has something that women are seeking, whatever their preference is, it don't even matter. It's like, you meet that one qualification. Sorry. Usually it's 6'5" guys, but hey, you got this one thing. I'm looking. Hey, all right, we can sit up there, we can party, we can see what happens. Right? Like I said, it'd be like that. It'd be like that. Glory to the winner. Mystery said, notice that all men that want caring and love, and they can't even give us that. Tippy said, if you're not a black Roman Reigns, I'll just stay single. This woman, she is not playing. She is dead serious. Tippy is dead serious. Third said, feminism only functions in the first world countries. Yeah, it does. Yeah. That's facts. Because you don't really see feminists running around over there in Africa and in India. You don't see that, or even in China. You don't see that just running them up. You don't. D Money said, I blame the color purple for this. Sham said feminism doesn't even work in first world. What was it? Mystery said, I'm not going to find one. They all want money. Fly guy, what is up? What is up? You said, yep, that is what happens. What was it? Sham said chauvinism doesn't work in either worlds either, both killing the populace. Fly guy said they're still married at almost 80%. Yeah. Tibby said, wait, what's going on in the chat? Was it? Quint said, odd how the short celebrity men don't have a problem catching these hypocritical women. And that's facts. Like I said before, because those guys have something that those women want, like those women who go after the celebrity men, they want to be in the limelight. They want to be connected directly with either the man's attention, the light, the power, the money, either which one of the ones that the man has basically created for himself. Those women want to attach themselves directly to that. So again, the man already came pre-built. He already got stuff that he established. Those women now want to attach themselves to something that they didn't have nothing to do with creating or building. It'd be like that. Like I said, Tom Cruise was always in relationships, and that dude is short. Was always, able to sit up there and get a woman directly out here, no problem. Or, have women directly interested directly in him. Um, Soup for All said generally the best women are at the what is that JUCO? It's been proven by CGA. Tippy said that I don't hate women. What happened? Oh, okay, I got you. Um, Third said I said the function was not working. Gotcha. Mystery said those you got Transformers are not feminine, more feminine than the new independent alpha women. Radio said exactly. Seji, the white women do the Joker walk off with the explosion in the background in our community. Oh yeah. That's facts. That's 100% bars. Yup. What was it? Rabbit said, I wish women would stop abusing the word preference. If you only date tall guys, that's not a preference, that's a requirement. I mean, Sham said, hello, Mr. Man. Transformers do nothing but imitate and encourage that behavior. Okay, I got you. All right, so let's continue.
It will continue to be about the patriarchy.
One question I get asked a ton is if I would ever date an African American man or if I ever been with one. And my answer is it's not for me. Unfortunately, it's not for me. Okay, guys, I'm sorry. It's not. And I'm going to give you guys the point of view from a guy's point of view towards African American women because I've done my research. I've asked a ton of men about this and they all come back to me with the same response. Okay? And I don't really hate for you guys to be in the dark about this. I want you guys to know why it is and why we avoid it and why African American are the least desirable to date in the whole US. Okay? I'm going to tell you why. Okay? So listen up. First reason is because you guys carry a very strong odor, a very strong smell. And I'm not saying because you guys don't shower, you guys are nasty. It's because you guys just carry this really unique smell. And you guys probably don't notice it and you guys can't smell it because you guys grew up that way. But us, on the other hand, we notice that smell right away. And let me tell you guys, it's not pleasant. I'm sorry, it's not a pleasant smell. It's just not a pleasant smell, okay? Second reason, you guys are extremely loud people. Very loud people. Like, it's unnecessary. Like, it just throws off ghetto-ness. You know what I mean? Like, I hate to say that, but it throws off ghetto-ness. I can't stand somebody that's ghetto. I'm sorry. I grew up in the ghetto. Okay? I grew up somewhere called the jungle. And you can already get an idea. It's the ghetto. Does not mean that I'm going to be ghetto and I'm going to...
What's she even talking about?
Act ghetto. You know what I mean? I left the ghetto-ness for a reason. So it's a no-no for me, okay? And maybe for the men, the African-American men are at least a little bit more mellow on that end when it comes to the loudness. It's not as bad as the women, but it's a problem. We don't like it, guys, okay? So there you have it. Those are the two main reasons why, okay? And like I said, guys, I didn't want you guys to be in the dark. I wanted to come on here and let you guys know because I feel like a lot of people won't make a video about this because they feel like they're going to get a lot of hate and they're afraid to hurt people's feelings. But I'm here to tell you, I don't care about your feelings. I care about the truth and being honest. That's it. Okay? So take it however you want. That's the feedback that I have for you today.
First, let me just say I don't even know who that woman is. Ain't nobody really interested directly in you like that. Any dummy out here that attempts to even get near this woman, you deserve everything that you get. She's a straight fool. She came directly after both of the black community for like no reason. One is to say that black women are loud, and one to say that black men smell. What are we even talking about here? First of all, I don't even know who she is. She got a whole type of like pinched nose thing going directly on. Her face looks like a Wii character that somebody partially made, and then everything like this is just completely crazy. And then you talking about you were from the jungle. What are you even talking about? I was from a place called the jungle. What are you even talking about? Like I said, this is why I can't stand a lot of these folks out here because a lot of them are racist, but they want to cover it up by using other certain types of words. in order to cover that. You want to sit up and say that black people smell. A lot of folks that are not black have lice. How about that one? They have a herpes simplex on their lips every single time that we just so happen to see them. If they're on television shows, I done seen news reporters, I done seen celebrities, I done seen musicians, or even white sports players magically always got a simplex, and I'm like, how do y'all get that? Like, how is that just that common that it's just sweeping throughout, and y'all are just fine and normal with that? Like, that is not normal behavior. Nobody should be fine with just having a bump directly on their lip that is completely obvious that we know what it is. That is not acne. That is not a pimple. That is not none of that. Like I said, that's some crazy work. But like I said, you gotta. If I knew specifically where it is that she was, I would literally make a whole video tearing down her whole country from top to bottom. Like I said, because you don't do stuff like this. Again, this is why you don't have the quote unquote black and brown unity, because of stuff like this. They get online, they say stuff like this that don't even need to be said. Nobody even asked for any of this. But like I said, you got dummies out here that just want to sit up there and talk. Makes no sense. Crazy work. You got makeup on it, it still ain't helping. It's wild. 100% wild.
That's the feedback that I have for you today.
If I see one more video of a girl talking about something, why is all these girls show up to singles events and it ain't no men? It's 1,000 girls and it ain't no men. I'm like, have we not learned about the internet at this point in time? The internet has been out for so long and we've seen this so many times. What have we established, right? Attractive dudes get. What does that mean? Do you think if you get, do you have to go to a singles event? I'll answer that for you. No. Terrible dudes. What have we established? Terrible dudes always have a girlfriend, always have a wife. Because
bars.
Girls.
Also, let me ask something else, right? He basically said if dudes are basically getting women, do you think they need to go to these singles events? No. Terrible dudes out here, they always got women. Do you think they need to go to a singles event? No. Also, you got dudes out here that be putting their hands on women. For whatever reason, guys who like beating on women always have women to beat. Women, y'all have to explain that to me. Y'all have to explain if we know that men lead in DV, and men are the main ones that go after, women in that violent type of way. How is it possible that all of these dudes who normally put their hands on women always have a woman to beat? Somebody has to make that make sense. It doesn't make sense. You're not telling me that, oh, these dudes are able to find these new women because they entrapped them. Nah, they holding them up at the bank. Nah, they threatening them. Nah, those women are actively going after those dudes because they meet one of the requirements that they're looking for. Oh, that dude, he looks like my preference, or he has some type of attractiveness. So they decide to do that. It's crazy work.
Seem to like terrible dudes. So therefore, that eliminates the terrible dudes and that eliminates the desirable dudes, right? So that means the dudes that go to singles events, who left? All the that you didn't want. All that couldn't get in real life, or they're not, or they're good dudes, but you ain't want them. You don't want good dudes. Hey, what you want? Because like I said, the terrible dudes always got girlfriend and wives. Who at the singles events? All the good dudes. And what do we establish on the internet? Girls don't like good dudes. So that's why it'd be 1,000 at a single event and like 10 dudes. And ain't none of, and all the girls say, well, ain't none of where the attractive ones at. The attractive ones is getting in real life. Or if they not getting, they at the house. Because they at the house. They don't, desirable dudes don't have to go to singles events. It's only dudes that don't get in real life that got to go to singles events. So therefore, and what that will say about the girls, and it's gonna hurt. What that's gonna say about the girls at the single events is the you wanted didn't want you, so that's why you there.
That's bars.
I'm sorry, that's mean. I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying. That's why it don't be a bunch of desirable dudes at single events. I thought the internet would have taught us this by now, but maybe I gotta be the bad guy and say it. But what do I know? I could be wrong. I'm just on the street.
He was. A lot of people lot of you they're saying that women, correct? And I have no problem with that, right? Women are the prize, but this is the problem. If every woman out here is the prize, then why are all of these prizes sitting directly at these single events with nobody getting the prize? Somebody got to make it make sense. Are we going to sit up there and say that, well, it's just because the men aren't worthy enough of the prize? So what, you just going to pair yourself up with a whole bunch of women and just sit there as like Christmas presents that nobody want to open? Like, that doesn't make any type of sense. Somebody has to make that make sense. But like you said before, the reason why you have a lot of those women sitting there as prizes at those singles events is because the guy of that is their preference didn't want them. It be like that. Like I said, some people just don't want, like, I don't know. It be like that. But like I said, everybody the prize though. But don't nobody want to open your prize. Explain that. What? Like I said, what was that? What was that? That one song that they had they was running that to the ground, rip me out the plastic like I'm brand new. Wasn't nobody ripping that plastic at those singles events? What did three out of the multitude of videos I showed you, 3 to 4 videos, women were like, yo, it was about 80 beautiful, smell good. Like the women were, as they explain about the women, they glazing all over the women, like, oh, they smell good, they look good, they shape good, they dress is good. I'm like, so you should be dating them. Because I'm like, you're doing a whole lot of complimenting right now. Like, you were just sitting up there eyeing women as if that was realistically what you were there for. I'm like, that's a lot of glazing going on there. And we ain't even at Krispy Kremes. I'm like, it's just glazing all over the place. But it'd be like that. It'd be like that though. But a lot of folks, they don't want to be honest with themselves. A lot of women want to sit up there and say, like, every single woman out here is an 8 to a 10. But yet y'all sitting up there sitting lonely, and you want to be in a relationship or married or with a guy, but you seemingly can't get a guy, but you got a preference, but you seemingly can't attract that preference. But due to the fact that you can't get that preference, you're like, if I can't get that preference, I don't want nobody. So again, a lot of women make themselves single. Women will specifically cut themselves off from the greater swath of men directly out there because those men are not the preference. And because every single woman out here thinks that they are an 8 to a 10. Crazy word. You got dudes out here that can sit up there and say that they're average in looks. But the crazy part is, if a dude steps online and says that he's either ugly or average, women will come directly online like, oh, you said you average? Actually, you have no looks at all. It was like, oh, you came online, you thought you did something by saying that you ugly? No, you're beyond ugly. And I'm like, whatever then. At least those dudes live in a reality of which that they can list what it is that they are. But what are you? Without the makeup, let's throw you directly into a pool. Let's get some solvent to wipe away all those chemicals on your face. What are you at the end of the day? Do you and that guy, do you, as the woman that you are, judging that guy who either said that he was either average or ugly, do you match up look wise with that guy on levels? And chances are you do. But again, people don't want to be realistic. People don't want to be honest about the situation. It's crazy. It's crazy work out here. 100% crazy. Soup said women are the prize. Sorry, but no. However, biblically, he that finds a wife finds a good thing. I mean, technically, within that, people can take that and be like, well, if you find something to whoever the individual is, that would be a prize. That would be a treasure. Like if I go out and I'm hunting for treasure and I find a gold coin, I found a good thing, which is that treasure or whatever it is that I was seeking. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. What was it? Strande said, I swear I'm laughing so hard my stomach hurts. Yo, let me tell you, that's the way that I feel a lot of instances. Like if I sit back sometimes and I'm reading comments from people and my mic is off, I'm sitting back here laughing sometimes. You just can't tell because my mic is off and I'm letting the video play. But yeah. Sometimes I'm the exact same way. I've had it happen multiple times. Just off of the strength of what people be writing in the comment section. I'm telling you, people be fooling. Like if you could have been there for some of the past live streams where people were just like going back and forth, just cracking jokes and what it was, man, crazy. Like I said, especially when trolls pull up to the scene, oh, it's over. It's Def Comedy Jam. Like people just got they got everything. They got every single joke in the book off the cuff. It's not even written, all off the top. Like it's crazy. It is crazy. Mystery said, "Isn't it cheaper to get a cleaning service, eat out, and pay a woman of the night? At least the woman leaves afterwards." Dang, it's cold blooded. D Money said, "Someone Cash App Tippy $20 so she can go to Dollar Tree." What is Tippy trying to get from Dollar Tree? Tippy was like, "Those are actually cool names." Let me see. Hold on, what is Tippy talking about? Tippy said, "What's wrong with Dollar Tree?" Let me see. Tippy said, "A smart man can buy me a PC and set it up for me. A smart, attractive, muscular guy with prescription glasses." This woman Tippy, I swear to goodness, this woman Tippy be on IG all day long. Let me see. OMG said it depends. It depends. The woman at the fair looking. Wait. It depends. The woman at the fair looking for a man. The man is a prize at the singles event day. Why wouldn't they go? Okay, I get what you're saying. Like basically, if the women are going to a singles event, they're going in order in hopes to basically get a guy. So in that sense, the guy would be the prize. I get what you're saying. You said men don't care about being the prize. Men like to pick their wives because women are the prize. Have you ever heard of it? It's called trophy wife. You guys tell him yourself. I mean, I thought also trophy wife has a negative what is it, connotation to it as well too. But I get what you're saying. Uh what was it? Third Eye said, "Oh, the Scooby Doo doll prize stuff. That's crazy." Sham said, "Nope, because cleaning services doesn't organize what you want. Is a maid, and a maid cleans it, organizes for your house, and it costs about 25,000 a year." Somebody said at the end, he said, "Women are actually the prize. Sometimes men are the prize, but men don't care about being the prize. That's the thing. Men want to find the prize. Men want the trophy wife." You said, "Well, they used to, well, some parts of the world, and in America, it depends. It depends on the situation. It depends on the woman." Sham also said, "I paid a maid to come and do more of the dusting and heavy duty cleaning for my house, $100 a week, only because I have bad asthma and I'm always hospitalized after cleaning." Quint said, "This is my first live." Hey, much love, respect, and appreciation to this being your first live. Much love, much love. Sosa said, wait, what is that? I don't even know what that was. I'm not sure if that's Spanish or not, but all I read is braids and jewelry. I don't know. Strandays said, "Trophy wife just have to look pretty." Yeah, that's true. Third said, "I swear, said you be skipping the best material." I mean, it depends on what's directly in there. Sometimes it depends. Sometimes you can't read everything, especially when Tippy and Mo was sitting up there writing stuff, and even sometimes Gail and D Money can't read all the comments. Can't read all of them. What was it? Strandays said, "Smile, be quiet, and look pretty. No one cares if she can cook an egg or not." Yep, that is the trophy wife. D Money said, "Can I be a trophy husband?" To be, I mean, if you happen to find a white woman, that's how that work out. That do be happening. Tippy said, "I think I would be cool as a trophy wife someday." Akeem, what is up? He said, "I, as a man, only want the trophy marriage. Doesn't have any benefits for me." OMG said, "Yes, you can be the trophy husband. I think Oprah has a trophy husband. Not technically. I know you're talking about like Stedman, but there are other things directly with that people have been able to spot over time." OMG said, "Exactly. Started thinking about Oprah." Akeem said, "Stedman plays for the other team." Sham said, "LOL, you can be the trophy husband if you shake it a bit more." That's wild. That is wild. Strande said, "D Money, no, you can't. but you can get a sugar mama. Oh yeah, that too. I mean, technically that's within like the same realm, sort of, kind of. OMG said you don't have to find a white one. You just find a black woman and be a trophy husband. LOL. Yeah, that's not gonna fly. It's not gonna. You can't be a black dude doing that's not gonna fly. Quinn said trophy wife also refers to physical appearance, and all women aren't good wives either. Anxiety said more like Gail is her trophy wife. Yep, and that's exactly what I was talking about too. You already knew what I was talking about when it dealt with Oprah. Yep. Yeah, people who know. Third said women confused being a trophy wife. Women confused being a trophy wife. You're like a deer mounted on the wall, not a championship trophy. Rabbit said watching a lot of these women put a 90-day fiance when they get older. Put on 90-day fiance. D Money said sham. Oh, talking sham. Let me scroll down. Tippy said that's true. More unfortunately. I think Strande laughing at the Gail King. What's the name? OMG said, yeah, it would. They're called sugar mamas. Anxiety sitting up here laughing. She says, stop the chat. It's sham up here just rolling. It be like that. Let me tell you, it 100% be like that. But yeah, technically, let me see. I want to say, wait, what? She said that black men don't like black women, but also don't want black women to go anywhere. What? Wait, I think didn't I have one more guy up here that had a video? Let me check real quick. Because I think what was that dude up? Yeah, we looked at that one. There was a guy that I just had up here. It was a part one. Okay, that was dealing with the whole thing of mother and father. So that'll be something for a different day. I'll do that one a whole different day. I want to see what it's a whole black and white thing. Let me see. Nerdy guys. Wait, she said I don't like. All right, I'll make this the last one. I can already tell that this is going to be very stupid. Oh Lord, I can already feel it. I can feel it. Let's go to it.
About it. I know y'all have seen.
Oh, it didn't download yet, or did it? My bad. That was the wrong video. Here's the correct video.
Black men because they're violent. Did you know that slavery, yes, slavery that was so long ago, permanently altered Black Americans' DNA? Did you know that slavery directly influenced the Black man's stress response? It gave them a heightened reactivity towards stress. So what does that mean? Bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, anxiety, depression. Black men are at a higher risk of developing mental health disorders due to slavery because their DNA has been permanently altered. Everybody wants to point the finger at Black men, calling them violent, but then when they go and seek help, they're told that they're overreacting. They're told they should be able to control themselves. Even when they go to their own family, they're told the same thing. Black people, Black men, have been gaslit into thinking that it's their fault that they're wired the way they're wired. Everyone wants to point a finger instead of actually trying to help to correct these horrible traits that were planted in our DNA from slavery. You should be able to correct your actions. Slavery happened X long ago. Do you know that there is no amount of actual physical training you can do to correct a chemical imbalance in your brain? So slavery gave the Black man a higher chance of developing a chemical imbalance in his brain, and you're still telling him it's his fault he's violent. Then he goes to get help, and you tell him he should learn how to control himself. You call him a criminal. But yet, we're all just so stuck on slavery. It's literally not even a big deal anymore, right?
She had me at the title, and let me give credit where credit is due. Quite a few of these people pull up on TikTok and they make titles that automatically, because I fell right into that. I'm like, oh Lord, I already know where this is going to go. It's not going to be nothing good. But then sitting up there, like listening to her, basically what she was saying is that you got white folks out here that want to state that black men are violent, but they don't want to state where a lot of the quote unquote violence comes directly from or where it stems from. And it deals with all of the psychological warfare that black men have had to go through basically since the inception of this country. And now that we're in this timeline, folks are like, hey, yo, black dudes, y'all need to control yourselves. Y'all need to do this. Y'all need to do that. And then you'll have black dudes going to, get therapy or seeking some type of help. And then somehow they're still problematic, they're still the issue. You'll have black dudes that will get into situations when normally we're used to people being, responsive physically. They, in a sense, calm themselves down to be emotionally just emotionally calm, right? They're not going to react physical. They're not going to do the things that typically people expect. And then they're still told that they are the problem and they need to still know how to control themselves. I've seen it with police videos where you'll have a black man talking calm directly to a cop. The cop is trying to escalate it, but the black man is staying with the exact same tone and voice, which is, standard issue, like talking like this. And the cop is raising his voice, and then proceeds to now want to try to get physical by stepping directly into the face. Black dude is stepping back, like, yo, why are you getting in my face and why are you getting loud? And now the dude is like, why are you talking back? Why are you sitting up there yelling? Why are you stepping away? And then all of that stuff basically ensues. And the end result being is what? The black man is at fault because he could not control himself and he couldn't do this and he couldn't do that, even though he was the one being provoked and antagonized, directly by the cop or the cops. You know, just saying. Uh, you said in what, Muratani? I'm not even sure where that's even located. Let me tell you that. Talking about to Strande, I'm not even sure where that's located. OMG said that maybe she just needs to be more educated. I thought she was AI. I don't have TikTok or Twitter. When I see people talk like this, they always shock me. Sorry, up. Yeah. The title threw me off. Like I said, in as a content creator, it got me. I was like, oh, I already know what. Again, already dealing with the previous content. I'm like, I already know where this is going because it was also listed directly with the other content. Like I said, she did a good job on that. But shockingly enough, even with her using that title directly up here, her video only got about how many plays did it get? Will it tell me? I don't think she got it. It's not even telling me how many plays she got off of that, which is crazy. Which is wild. It got about 335 likes, so maybe not a lot of plays, I guess. But yeah, pretty much everything else, you'll just see videos where folks are just sitting up here talking about black men don't want to be with black women. I'm like I said, these videos, they are highly successful. They make a lot of money for a lot of folks directly out here. I think I told people about that before. Like, if people want to just be rich, all you got to do is just make videos like this. What was that? Because I'm just sitting up here looking through some of these titles right quick. My bad. Because like some of this stuff is just it's crazy out here. It is wild. That's why you can't stay on this stuff, too long. It is brain rot, just to be honest. Mr. Fan said, true. Tippy said, I think she's referring to white people. Tippy, a lot of white people don't like her. Mr. Man said, first we have to separate your lineage from immigrants. Quint said, there's nature and then there's nurture. Environmental plays just as big of a role in the person's makeup. Plus, it takes two parents to create a child. That's two. G said that Well, yeah, of course, a lot of white people don't like her. One thing I've learned about biracial is that white people don't like them. Sham said the rich whites did a lot of inbreeding in their lines, and then there were slaveholders that XYZ slaves, and that bloodline got mixed into ours. Third said hating on FBA men is a diamond mine that never runs dry. Yeah, it is. It is. Like I said, and that's the one thing I kept telling to a lot of people at the end of the day when it deals with a lot of these conversations that, I hope a lot of people, because I had some dudes here basically say they wouldn't go to therapy or try to seek therapy. Then, I hope you do that inner working directly on yourselves, to get past a lot of stuff. The same thing with that I say for guys. I say the exact same thing for women because I see the abundance. Like I said, I type in one thing and I just see fields of videos of black women pretty much making the same content, or women that look like black women make the same content talking about black men. I'm talking about like hundreds upon hundreds of videos. And I'm like, Lord, I'm like, this stuff is it's really lucrative. Really, really lucrative. I think, let me see. Let me see. The hate on black women needs to be studied. Let me see if I can find that. Let me see if I can find that title. The hate of women. Okay, was this? Let's see. Is this her full video? Okay, I make this the last one. Make this the last one. Because Tippy normally always asks like, "Yo, Seji, another video. Put another video up real quick." So before Tippy says it, I'm just going to put it directly up there. So this is going to be the last video that we'll do here. And I'll let y'all have at it because it's about like 6:21, so I know it's dark.
Black women so much. That's what it really boils down to. If y'all really want to be honest, y'all really hate black women because as soon as a black woman say something, do something, wear something, go somewhere without saying hello to somebody, it's a fucking problem. But let any other race of women do it. It's okay. Nobody bats a fucking eye. It's praised actually. Thousands of likes, millions of likes. I just want to know why. Why can't black women do shit? We can't do nothing without being called a hoe, being called broke, being called attention seeking, when we really just living our fucking life. And do y'all not realize the main threat to a black woman is a black man? A man in general? That's the reason why black women don't want to say hi to you at the grocery store. That's why. Because we know as soon as we say hi, then y'all think it's okay to start a conversation when clearly it's not. And then y'all want to get aggressive and defensive when somebody just say, no, I'm good. That's why a motherfucker don't want to say hi to you. God damn.
So okay, so that's an example that I was looking for. Anxiety. That's an example that I was looking for. So this woman here who is some type of nurse somewhere up in there because she got the scrubs and the stethoscope and everything of the sort. She basically said that black women don't say hi because black men are the main threats to black women. And if they say hi to a black man, then that basically opens up the door for that threat to, I guess, attack them or potentially take their life just from hi. So there we go. There we go. That out of all of this time, out of about close to 2 hours to try to get a video that fit directly with what you stated earlier. That's the closest thing that I could, in a sense, get directly to. And again, she started hyping herself up for no reason. I'm like, dog, there's no you're in your car by yourself. Nobody is, or there's, I'm pretty sure there's not a black man around you, but you are trying to internally amp yourself up so much to just be mad at some imaginary black man so that you can sit up there and holler on this TikTok video. I'm like, that's brother, that's wild. I'm like, you need some therapy. You need some time by yourself because like something is happening internally and it is not good at all. And man Mo was like, yo, what's up, Mo? And man Mo said, I'll speak to her at a chicken fight. Tippy said, don't sleep around and you won't be called that. That's one problem you can change. Tippy has a point. That is, yep. Somebody said Chelsea woke up mad at black men. Strande said, I have a new hobby for everyone, 100%. How to read the mind of your fellow people. Mystery said, well, they got what they wanted. We leave them alone and they are mad at us now. Lord said, perpetual victimhood. D-Money said she probably watches The Color Purple and repeat this man. Oh my goodness. D-Money said, who hurt you? Let me see. Had 3 said media is the biggest pusher of self-hate within FBA community. Turn off non-FBA media. D-Money said nose ring theory is undefeated. Strande said, I'ma sell this in the hood. That's crazy. Sham said big black glasses and nose ring is a culprit. That's wild. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Again, shout out to everybody that's been a part of the conversation though. Anxiety said, okay, I got you. Better late than never. LOL. She is on some self-ABS. Got hurt and can't get out of her emotions. Yeah. Like I said, whenever we had these conversations, I do my best to give you people that represent what it is that I speak directly on. So that people can get a full rounded, understanding. It's not just, no, you just a black dude sitting up there saying it about black women. You don't got no proof, and doing that back and forth. Because trust me, I've done that back and forth 99 different times, on these internet streets, and I'm like, yeah, I gotta really do better. Let me just put, the actual examples directly up there, so that way, that's what we're going to be focused directly on, and the point, doesn't get missed. OMG said, I see y'all later. Have a good day. Fly God, I think that's an emoji down there. I can't really see it, only due to the fact of StreamYard, so my apologies. Much love. Strande said, enjoy y'all's 100%. Boom. Much love. Tibby said, I really think if black people didn't have mixtures of European blood, we wouldn't be evil to each other. Quint said, people who make these types of generalizations come off very simple to me. I don't like brothers dissing all sisters and vice versa. Sham said, Seji, I got a question. What is up, Sham? Quinn said, I'm with you on that 100%. D-Money said, this stuff has been going on since the 90s. Bars. Third Eye said, Seji, bring CVS receipts. That is facts. The long receipts. Like I said, I would have been able to show y'all one of my old CVS receipts. That boy was looking crazy. If I still have my CVS card, no telling how my receipts would be looking today. It'd be looking crazy. Fly Guy says, salute to you too. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Yo, Sim, what is up? What is up? You said, what's up? What's going on? You got a question? Any comments? Any concerns about some content or things or whatnot? Tippy said, I agree. Q said, hey fam. Yeah, Sim, what's going on? What's going on? What's happening? I see you with the faces directly up there. Like you got some questions, you got some comments, you got some concerns. Let me know what's happening. Let a brother know. I have no problems having conversations. Oh, you say you don't know what's going on? Just came in. No problem. I got you. So basically, the whole thing was dealing with the dating market The title for it was like the dating market is trash. Went over quite a few videos over the 3 hours. Had some stops and some pauses. Taking in information, dissecting, having conversations, responding to comments, dealing with a lot of the clips that were seen directly in the video, and in a lot of the cases, you had women that stated that they weren't able to find a guy, even though these women have a very specific preference. But while they have that preference is not searching for them, which then leaves them single. But then men who are not their preference are then searching or going after those women, and those women with the preference don't want those men. So, going over that and, some other types of things and, whatnot. So somewhere in there, I mean, if you would want, I mean, you could happen to rewatch a portion of the live stream to get like a general, like gist, directly over. And then from that, you can probably leave a comment directly there. I promise you, there's probably going to be some things directly in there that you're going to disagree with. that, that I'm saying, you might have a strong disagreement with it, but you know, it'd be like that at times. It'd be like that. It'd be like that. D Money said, women like the woman in the video is why I stock up on birth control at CVS. That's crazy. Third eye said CVS receipts be a mile long. All you bought was a thing of gum. Oh yeah. That's facts. That's facts. Timmy said black men need black women and black women need black men. We all came from black men. Sham said you skipped my question. Wait. I think it moved. Wait, hold on. Let me see if I can find you real quick. Let me see, Sham. No, you say you got a question, and then I see Tippy, I see Quint, I see Fly, I see D Money third, and then I see Tippy again, and then underneath Tippy, I see you. It says you skipped my quest, and then it says you skipped my question, and yeah, I don't see the question. D Money, was I looking at Tippy speaking facts? Yeah, Shem. I don't see your question up here. I see that you were like, yo, I got a question. And I was like, what's the question? And then as I scroll through, I don't see nothing. Yeah. You can post it. Shem, why you asking questions? You a clear-cut mod on here. You can write. You acting like you about to get put in the shadow realm or something. Anxiety said, what was it? Seji, it's been a long time since I've been a part of one of your lives. I forgot how crazy and fun it gets. Yeah, like I said, it's all up. I think I want to say, look, because like sometimes if y'all actually have y'all faces directly up here, I tend to remember faces a lot more than a lot of the images, because people can switch images and whatnot. Okay, let me re-break that down. I remember faces more than names to certain extents, unless your name has been attached to an image like Sonny. I know his face because I've always seen his face for years. That guy from Texas, I know him due to the fact of the Texas picture that he got up there. Tippy, I know her picture, but she just recently changed hers to like perfume. D Money, I know his. Third, I know his because he got the Mangekyo up there. What is it? Trills K5. I think Mo, he swapped his recently. Gail has swapped hers before. She used to have her eye directly up there. Just like a very small portion of her face was actually up there. Sham said, like, how is it that black men became the poster child of violence when around the world you can see black American men are the most mild? Like I said, it's the greatest lie ever told. That one lie was able to make it around the world, and everybody believes it. Everybody around the world believes that black men are the most violent men on the planet, even though history says otherwise. Like I said, if you repeat a lie long enough, it'll become truth. It'll become fact. And that's what we are. Like I said, you got some great liars out here that can weave some very tall tales, and you got a lot of people out here that can cry some very great tears that'll flood towns and cities and wash them away. So, that's clearly where we are. It's some crazy work. Sim said, LOL, probably, but I'm not in the dating pool, so I can't say too much about it. But I will say that there are people alike in all ethnicities. No, that's true. That's true. That's true. Oh, wait, you said not all? Wait, what? Let's see, there are not everybody. Ethnicities, not every. I think I get what you're saying. I mean, I technically, I think I understood the first part correctly, though. I get you, though. I get you. Quint said, "Don't be fooled, fam. We're good in the NBA family. Beware of these cosplayers sowing confusion." That's true. Sham said, "Like the safest person to be with is going to be a black man." I mean, it's the thing. Okay, so we got two things that happen, right? We have the lies that are being told, and then we also have we also have black folks in the black community, both saying negative things about black men. So when you in a sense got three parties saying negative stuff, is going to be easy. Everybody's like, oh well, we can easily verify the sentiments of dealing with black men, because you're like, hey, you got these groups of black men saying this, and they're also siding with black women on this, and black women are saying this, and then you also got white people, basically white men and women, saying this about black people. So you got all of these parties together saying this, so they can't be all lying, right? So that's how people look at it versus actually talking to black men directly out here and getting to know them. You know. Vince said, "Who hating?" Well, by the title of the video dealing with the woman there in the scrubs, she's basically saying that uh black men in a sense hate black women, and are just horrible directly to him and all this other type of, like I said, she probably done went through some situations with some guys that are her preference, and whatever else, and because of that she has certain sentiments, you know. Tippy said, exactly, sham. Individual black men do commit crimes, but it's not the majority. Most are chill and want to be left alone and get money. Sim said, not everybody, quote, not everybody was to the comment of you saying everybody thinks that black men are the most violent. Oh, okay, I got you. 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 Got you. Quint said, I'm sure y'all are aware of the epidemic of those pale men exterminating their black significant others, even in horrific ways. Shaking my head. Like I said, I used to do quite a few videos. Anytime that came directly up, I used to do those videos, but I realized that, folks really didn't care. And I was like, I'm just gonna quit doing it. I'm gonna quit highlighting, because it's like, whatever. If if you don't specifically care, I'm not gonna worry about it. Obviously, it's not important, right? So, it'd be like that. And far too many times I've tried to highlight that for those black women who would be considered divestors, and things of that nature, try to, warn them and educate them. And they would tell me that, oh, we don't need you, you black men worrying about us and trying to tell us anything. You need to worry about yourselves and stop being violent towards black men and the femicide rates and all this. I'm like, coach, you got it. Coach, you got it. No problem. I'll never worry about this ever again. I'm like, you got it forever. You won't see me talk about it. I'm like, you better figure it out then. Like I said, you can't tell nobody nothing. You can't tell people who don't want to know. Some people want to live directly in darkness and ignorance. And you gotta, let them be directly there. Even if you want to do otherwise, you gotta just let some people be. Sham said, yeah. Quint said, looking black isn't always black slash FBA. That's facts. Let me see. You said because they have huge cultural issues, they get off on putting their men down, and they are abusive. Sham said black men don't even XYZ themselves at the rate of whites, Asians, Hispanics do. That tells you how violent those people are, and that they don't even care about care about their own lives. Strande said the problem is that people be feeling themselves in colorism instead of being the bigger picture, and it always ends the same 100%. Being equals seeing. Sim also said, also, you're kind of contradicting yourself a bit here because you get what you give. Black women call out black men for the double standards, but black men take ish from everybody else but black women. Um, I mean, in what way do you mean that black men will basically take the negativity from everybody else but black women? Because I'm just trying to understand. Because all I've ever really known in my life is black women. Talking about from the standpoint of being like a child all the way until adult age. And the most criticism realistically that I have gotten specifically, I'm just talking about just me and my life, has been from the women in my community. Even if I had nothing to do, um, with the things that they're specifically, talking about. I'll have the conversation and somebody will start it like, yo, why is it that you black men don't want to take care of your kids? You black men make us, single mothers. You black men don't love us. And you black I'm like, dog, what is all this you? I'm like, I don't have nothing to do with this. I'm like, I'm just here, I'm just existing. I'm like, why am I getting thrown into this cow? I'm like, I don't got nothing to do with this, you know? Um, I mean, for me, uh, right, I can only speak for me. As a black man, I don't really take nothing from nobody. Now I will sit up there and say that I will deal if I happen to hear black women say something negative about me. I'm not going. For me, I'm going to have a nonchalant attitude. I'm not really going to argue in a sense like I would before, because I've gotten to a point in time where I'm just like, I'm just going to let people talk, and I'm just not going to say nothing, and that's what it's going to be. Because it's like I'm not about to, rah 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 and all this other type of stuff. And like I said, I've been doing that for too long, and it's gotten me nowhere. Like I said, me as a black man trying to just defend myself and just speak my piece, I'm like it gets me nowhere. So I'm like, if I'm going to be wrong, I'll just stay silent. I'd rather be silent and wrong versus me logically trying to prove a point and showcase receipts and then still saying that I'm wrong and still getting told that I'm the problem in some type of way. So you know. Mad said black girls underrated. Not gonna lie. Any tips for me? I mean, I talk to black girls. I mean, I don't know. Just like I don't know. Shem said they lose a job and it's life over. They take themselves and black men take themselves out and black men just go to the next hustle. Yeah, that's true. SW said y'all turn good guys down, running out there trying to be Kim K, keep up with the Kardashians, got y'all looking crazy. Sim said, when we are doing the same, you say you're trying to do instead of looking at it as advice or black women trying to help you better yourself. Um, I put it to you like this: if black women state that it's in the tone of which black men speak is going to be how receptive they are, I will say the exact same thing. If I'm looking at somebody that is a black woman that's a divester or a black woman that specifically states that she hates black men, it's impossible for me to take any words that she has as advice because you're not going to mean me well at all, right? I've showcased videos where there have been black women on white spaces talking to white men, telling them that they need white men's help in basically getting rid of black men, to lay down the law and order and everything that comes directly with that, because black women will be better off with under white men's rule versus having black men be a part of society or this planet. So it's like when I hear content like that, where I hear content of other black women basically saying that they need to stop having birthing black boys and black men and all this other, I can't legitimately state with a logical mind, be like, yo, that black woman means me well. She means me good. She's, trying to correct me and to get me to do better. It's like, nah, I'm hearing everything negative. And like I said, this is just I'm listening to a few things, but I've covered content like this. I've been doing this probably since about like 2018. What to tell what by like 2019, probably 2019, 2020, 2021, 22, 23, 24, 25, and 26. Close to like 8 years. I've been doing this and watching a lot of this content, and especially hearing a lot of women, especially during that time of 8 years, that were older than me. And they're saying a lot of crazy stuff online. And women are all over it, donating money, agreeing directly with it, reposting it, clipping it. Like I said, there was a black woman that had a YouTube channel, and she showed the main picture that she had as the main front of her channel was a little black girl swinging on a swing on a tree, and there was somebody else right there next to her. It was a black man, but he was right there next to her, but he wasn't on a swing. So it's like when I see a lot of these things directly out here, and again, those are things that a lot of folks don't talk about. So it's like when I see a lot of those things directly out there, it's very difficult for me to try to get past the tone of the black women that are speaking when these are the actions, that those folks are, in a sense, performing. Sham said, yeah, I learned when you start conversations, you did this versus I feel like this when this happens, the first part is just attacking versus wanting to have a discussion. Lad said, what time there? We are on the Eastern time. That's clearly what we are on at the moment. Looking at about 7, Sim said, I'm not one of them. I love you, black men, but I also know that for us as a people, ish is against, and I look at the whole picture, and for the most part, I try not to judge, but I know that everybody is not the same, and people make decisions and move differently based on the things that they went through in life. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That is 100% true. Shem said, an example, why don't you black men don't care for your child is an attack on black men. I feel like when my children's father doesn't take care of his children, I'm hurt. That's different. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Well, that's a good example. Shem also said, so a lot of spaces here, black women are having these conversations. They're attacking men in general instead of identifying the problem and solving the issue. Like I said, like case in point for what Sham is talking about, even though I'm not trying to really give these people views, but if you happen to go to TikTok, TikTok is the best place to view a lot of these conversations live, where you're going to hear unhealed people, you're going to hear older people, you're going to hear people just putting all of their traumas directly out there and pouring that onto another person. And in a lot of instances, these are black women that are starting these conversations and allowing these conversations to happen. And I'm like, yeah, this ain't conducive to nothing. It's not conducive to nothing. Like I said, I done got recordings where, you got black women just blowing up, just saying a whole bunch of stuff that's just like, man, people need therapy. Soup said, number 1, masculinity, alpha energy. Number 2, understand women's nature. Number 3, men without a father figure must fight some tendencies. Facts. D Money said the Lord's work. Strande said simming true. Quinn said IMO. One should date whoever is right for them. It's when they ish on other black individuals to justify their swirling that I have an issue. You don't have to do that. Yeah, and I've said that before. I've said that 99 different times. Like if you got black folks out here that want to date whoever it is that they want to date, cool, fine. I don't got a problem with that. But if you got black folks out here that want to do that, but then you're taking issue and you want to talk negatively about black people in the black community, then we got a problem. Right? Sim says, sorry you didn't get a lot of characters in the comments. These are cut up a bit. Yeah, no problem. Strong Days said, I'm not white or black and bold will let me know 100%, but what can I use it for? Chief said black women are the most educated and smartest people in the country. Tippy said, whatever happened to the Goldman Sachs giving black women a lot of money? Yeah, you talking about the Goldman Sachs guy that was like, yeah, we're going to give black women like, I think it was like 500 million or something like that, or somewhere close to a billion. I remember doing that story. And I told people before that is specifically used like as it is, the banks want to, well, not even the banks, the system itself is doing everything in order to cause issues in between black men and black women. So one of those ways is like, all right, we don't really see black women as a threat. So what we're going to do is that we're going to give black women all of this money that they need in order to get the things that they want, directly out of life. Now, mind you, you got a lot of black dudes out here that are trying, that are working, that are striving, that are building, that are educated. And if they wanted a loan or they wanted to get some money to start up a business somewhere or buy up the block, the bank's like, no, we can't do that for you. So, this is going to cause that slippery slope when it deals with a lot of this stuff at the end of the day. And also, this is the banks trying to make it seem like they're really looking out for the black community when realistically they're not. Tippy said, oh, Stronde said in response to Tippy said absolutely nothing. He also said, so I choose love. Chief said that's dead black women are the least protected and respected. Not sure we're going with that. Radio said on the divested topic, there's a channel called Only Logical. He goes over cases and social media topics, weighs in on white men, Spanish men, leading melanated partners and flings. Sim said, yeah, it goes both ways. It's also about what you're into. So if you're into negative content, that's what shows up. Yeah, and I told people about that. That's the algorithm. Soup said, I understand what you say. And they say, and I see what you say that, but women have categories that need to be identified before generalizing women. Radio said most of the women on there I noticed be black immigrant women too. Also, yeah, that's true. Strade said, but I guess that people that is tied up on color, no love for me. Da, da, da. Let me see. TikTok is toxic. That's facts. Let's see. I don't want. What was it? When I got my eyes from men and father. Knowledge what means towards you. Somebody said 100% definitely said you. Sam said a lot of women are jealous of their daughters and treat them like other women. And so they give bad advice, right? D Money said it depends with Tippy's question. Soup said this is tough, what I'm about to say, but Sims destroy the male female relationship and not women. Mo said, let me see. Sham said, like growing up with my grandmother taught me dating is about finding a companion. You give what you take in people. And she never said that I had to get money out of dating. She said those were the streetwalkers. You also said, Sham also said that she would tell me my grandbaby ain't no streetwalker, so don't act like one and carry yourself like one. My dad enforced that, and my grandmother loved me. All right. So that is it, guys. That was the last video. Much love, respect, and appreciation. We're going for about close to 4 hours. Again, love you guys a lot. Thank you guys for being a part of the conversation. For anybody this was your first time being a part of the live stream, much love, respect, and appreciation. Shout out to any new subscribers. Shout out to all of my mods directly out here, as D Money would say. Shout out to the regulars. Shout out to any of the members. Shout out to anybody who has donated from either Cash App, Patreon, and in the live chat as well. And again, shout out to the members who are a part of the channel. And I will have some other videos directly up here for you guys that will be separate from this live stream and this conversation. So much love, respect, and appreciation, and I will catch you guys in the next live stream. Oh Lord, I knew Tiffy was gonna do that. Tiffy's like, oh, you didn't read the comment. I knew he was gonna do it. I was trying to speed through, Tippy. Let me see if I can find you real quick. Give me a second. Give me a second. You said I wanted to ask black men something. Is it okay for black women to let a man move in with them if he's going through tough times? Because I always hear that black women don't do anything. It depends. That's the best way I could put it. It depends. That would be to the individual's observation to figure out if you want a guy to move in with you. Um that's like I said, people got to come up for their own discernment. If you think that that guy is trustworthy and he's gonna do the right things or do right by you, then by all means you can sit up there and do it. I would rather people actually have technically their own stuff in a sense, if that makes sense. But to each of their own in a sense. Tippy said I also hear from other men to not let a grown man move in with you. Tippy said gaming stream. Yeah, I mean that will also keep you safe, because it's dangerous out here. You don't know really who any man directly is, and you have to worry about your own safety. That's the same thing technically I would say for men. You got to worry about your own safety. Ain't nobody gonna care about you being a dude if you pass away. Ain't nobody gonna care, right? But yeah, that's it. I will catch you guys in the next live stream and or video. Peace out.